happen digital bridge for this interesting conference, and our busy speakers are here. Appreciation goes to them as well. So we will ask questions to the speakers. So it will be a Q&A format, as well as questions from participants at the end. Our first question is, what is the overall situation in terms of creative industries development and AI? What is the effect of AI upon creative industries? So what's your stand on the development of AI globally, in Central Asia, and in Kazakhstan? For the creative industries, as you know, it's 20+ industries. My dear speakers, if you'd like to say something, you can raise your hand or turn your mic on. Let me start. I will share a positive glance on the development of creative industries supported by AI. We have good news. In the regions and in the big cities, we have a unique product that can help preserve Kazakh heritage and create a new product, and AI is a great tool for that. Shulpan, tell us more about Almaty Creative. What is it about? I'd like to share some information about our center supported by the government to support creative industries. Almaty Creative helps creators in different areas: awareness, promotion, providing the space for them. And we collaborate with the projects that are not exactly clear for the government, explaining why they're important. So you said that we have a unique product. So could you please tell us more about it? First of all, I'd like to say that it's love for the country, because many products and projects are built upon patriotic spirit to our country and to Almaty, because Almaty vibes are clearly reflected in Almaty projects. They're based on this mentality. But in the other cities, we are seeing projects where everything is about persona. So, Yulia, Anton, Dmitry, dear colleagues, dear participants, the topic is very interesting today. We are talking about creative industries and AI. And being a person who, for more than 4 years, have been working in TikTok, developing TikTok Central Asia, when we talk to our colleagues around the world, they all see our figures and they ask, what happens in Kazakhstan? Why do you have so many videos? And I always say that that's Kazakhstan creativity. Kazakhstan is very creative, and therefore we have huge volumes of videos on our platform. And now when we speak about the creative process, AI has penetrated everywhere, all stages: video generation stage or ideation, writing text, creating videos, uploading it to TikTok. So if we speak about creative industries from TikTok side, in terms of production, I can be an expert here and tell you more about it. And I see on the global level and in Kazakhstan, AI is being integrated as an assistant, as a toolkit that helps to resolve complex technical tasks easily. You know that you can generate text to video, picture to video, a technology can give you an idea on the basis of data, generate a video, and even assess whether this video will be effective up to its last line. TikTok has got a toolkit. It's called TikTok Symphony. AI can write you a script and even estimate CTR for every line if this video is broadcasted. So it's a colossal next step in creative industry that simplifies and improves the process of creativity from ideation to execution. And I'm sure that Kazakhstan, being a progressive, super creative country with professionals in marketing, of course, they implemented, they tested, they tried. It's a new step in technology development. Yes, I've heard that. We have the biggest production per capita. Everyone shoots videos. Anton, Dmitry, hello. Thank you for calling me here. Great speakers, great platform. I work at Forte Bank, one of the biggest clients that buys stuff, tools, modules, AI. So for me, I was grown by my grandma. She used to be a financier. She used to have this calculator. I didn't use it. Then they got Excel. It was something incredible. And AI is a great tool and a great communicator, improves lives at every stage. So I think that development is so fast. And what I like when using AI in all aspects of marketing, so it helps with the processes management. Just imagine, we are not top 3 economy, but using AI, we can be top 10. As colleague said, in terms of creativity and music, just yesterday we had a discussion with colleagues. We're having a project with a consulting agency from different countries, Europe, US, Russia, and they also see that the verbal genre is very developed, songs and so on. So in our marketing department of Forte Bank, AI is used everywhere. Assistant who does the transcripts for the meetings and creating a summary, and generative things such as Hickswell. I'm happy for guys becoming unicorns. We're using them to create video content. It's a good chance for us to catch up with the entire world. Because we didn't have hard technology, we didn't have plans. Maybe we don't need them. We can catch up using the technological stack available on our phones. So I'm very positive about the years to come, and I'm happy to see all the tools coming. We are nomads, and language is our bridge for creativity. Yes, verbal creativity, Q and others. I'm seeing that these are all like cross-cutting issues. Dear participants, I have something to share about the AI. Thank you for spending your holiday, your weekend here with us at this great event, uniting experts from different cities, countries, and continents. Speaking of AI in creative industries, so we're seeing trends in Central Asia and globally, and leading positions are taken by two monsters. It's Chinese market and West, the US. In Hollywood, guys use AI to evaluate the emotional background of the script. In fashion, there are fashion houses such as Balenciaga, Gucci. They generate NFT collections. They show deepfake shows with the digital AI models doing the shows, marathons to sell things, and AI figures do that. And such channels of sales break all the sales records. In Central Asia, we are one step back, and the main use cases are digital marketing, contextual advertisement, and client experience. So it's bad to be one step back, but we have an opportunity not to make mistakes already made by other industries and go to the top immediately. We can really travel light. We don't have a legacy, we don't have hard technology, we don't have hardware, but we can be successful elsewhere. It's great to have such positive feelings, but also there are barriers for the development of AI in creative industries. What are the main barriers? What do we need to improve? I'd start with the legislation. This is the pain for creative industries, absence of very clear wording. And it's difficult to implement changes in legislation. We have 3 months to change the tax code, but we'll be able to change it. Likely not. So first comes the legislation, and second comes the ethical issue. If we let AI rule our lives, what are the consequences? Yes, ethical issues, of course. Issues of rights and data is very important. Continuing on this topic, also there is the issue with legislation and speed of implementation of AI in creative processes. Businesses, community, creative projects, because every day we see newer instruments, projects for pay or free of charge. First, we have to navigate well to adapt AI for the goals of your project and learn how to control it. And sooner project managers and creative experts choose the correct way to adapt to AI and make sure they don't have fear, this will streamline the processes and this will make us more economically effective. And there are real tools which people don't know about. I mentioned TikTok Symphony that is available in Kazakhstan, although it is in English. But implemented in your processes of content generation, it's a long way to go. For people to start using it, understand nuances, it's a big process. Then also local and language features. In Kazakhstan, in our region, we have a lot of subtle things, and AI learns upon data, so you train it. And now it's difficult to say that it is already perfect in Kazakh or other languages or dialects of our region. Same with the cultural features. Therefore, it's very important for the professionals, for the people who know the language, who know the culture, check everything, because businesses and brands, for them, it's important to make their brand safe, because the strike on a syllable may change a meaning of a word, and you can of course translate one video into 100 languages, and just imagine if the wording is bad, or if a strike on a syllable is wrong, and it changes the word, insulting people. So AI have to learn and know all the nuances in our languages. We have a small team, 7 to 8 people. In the last 6 months, we talk over the coffee, brainstorm. 20 minutes we spent for talking about AI developments and how it's going to affect our future. And there are a lot of concerns and risks. It's what our colleagues said, loss of the context, link between the past and the present. We see that, we say young specialists, don't think about just take, just write in ChatGPT, make a structure of a brief. After that, do that. And here, what do we lose? In the past, young specialists, we created them with our own hands. It was a long process to shape them. It took several years when you share the context, emotions, frameworks, how you're gonna do it. But now it's being lost. It's easier to say, just write the prompt, ChatGPT will tell you. Now we're thinking about giving some of the workload to AI. We're looking for neural networks to train them to share the context and knowledge using our data. If I had sufficient number of videos and tutorials, maybe I wouldn't need to talk to new specialists. I would say, this is my AI agent, my avatar, who will teach you. And then in a month's time, we'll have a conversation. It is happening everywhere. It's a small example of a leapfrog. What we used to do 2 years ago, now we are losing it. How it's going to happen in the future? So our children, will we be able, will we want to spend time to share knowledge with them and share our skills with them? Or will we say, honey, don't overload me. Go to ChatGPT, to the avatar, and I'll do my work. Maybe I won't have a job in the future even, but the main risks are losing good things that we had before, this emotional link with our colleagues. On the example, when we use Notion AI to do a summary of meetings.
We stopped discussing what happened in the meetings. We don't need this. So if earlier, before the end of the meeting, so after the meeting, we would have the discussions of what was the most important. But now we don't need this. And who told what context did we have, what tasks. So even emails are not needed. So all long emails, for example, I never write myself. I use AI for that. So that's why the main risk that we see is losing the context. And this will continue for the coming 2-3 years, then certain work that today takes long time, maybe tomorrow will be not so important. So we will be not able to remember something what happened maybe even a couple of months ago. Yeah, AI father is quite an interesting notion. Dear colleagues, very interesting answers, very interesting opinions. Just a couple of days ago, I started to think, we will understand what are the difficulties and barriers that AI is giving us and what are the opportunities. But if we talk about the creative industry, what are the difficulties and what are the barriers there? And try to find the main one. First is the insufficiency of data sets. So there are probably 8 to 10 data sets, and everyone is using them. So far, the model are taught at the data sets from the Western world, Western culture, and they mainly represent the culture that is more relevant to that world. But we have our own culture, we have our peculiarities, and unfortunately, in the current, the most popular models, there are no such models. We need to develop our own neuron networks, and we need to develop CAS LLM, and I'm sure it will be successful. Second is being of the similar type. So people use 6, 8 similar models, and this means the result will be very similar to other users. The third growth zone is the legal aspect. For example, AI has developed a picture, and then who is responsible for this model, AI or the developer that gave a task? So we have many legal claims regarding that. So, for example, in Colorado, there was a competition where the picture that won, it was the picture generated by AI. Okay, we talked about also ethical issues. With the growth of neural networks, now we have many deep fakes. You probably know what it is when neural networks will develop an identical avatar, and he will be like completely identical to you, and this is probably the fourth direction we need to regulate, and we'll have some promises or hopes at the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, and I think the main tasks of it would be creation of diversified, rich data sets, solving legal questions, and developing some frames on how to work with AI. Well, that's very interesting. It was very nice to hear you at the deep analysis you've developed. I wanted to add to what you said, as I am myself a creative person, and having started working with creative people, with the growth of AI, there is lack of knowledge, for example, of the history of arts. People are not educated, they don't know styles, and as we have 21 industry, you have to know 21 history of those arts, and it means it's all like they know only the high level thing, but not the deep things, and it's a big disadvantage. So if people who know the history of arts quite well, if they would teach the AI, maybe it will be much better than it is now. So, for example, now I can clearly distinguish when the text or image is developed with the use of AI. Next is, well, it's great that we have a ministry now, but what I see in Kazakhstan and in Central Asia, we always want to make something to be for free, without budget. And why budget is always blood? Budget is investments, but this also means income and future. But in AI, we think more that it's some sort of program, but it's actually big work requiring financing. And on this note, I'd like to move to potential solutions. How do you see potential solutions? Who wants to be first? Yeah, I need to think a little. Anton. Well, talking about the creative industry, yeah, those questions we talked about, and also with the cut of artificial intelligence. Well, if we go deeper into what we already talked about, and we've participated in some various events together with you, and now people and population start to understand what it is. We now understand that these are not just IT guys, but also some other creative industry specialists who deal with it. And my hope is that AI will make many processes understandable. And this relates to finances. So, for example, if AI will work as blockchain, first of all, starting with everything, with buying raw materials and so on, and supporting the craftsmen. And if I don't like the Ministry of AI, the name of the ministry, but if they will use it in their management, in finances allocation, then that's great. And if we remember everything in the history of budgeting of Kazakhstan, and we use it to teach LLM, then it would be interesting to see what it will give us. So, using it in relation to my work, this will be the same, like finances and accountants. These are great people, but when they start working with computer, it's a nightmare. And any initiative is usually then stuck with the availability of finances, with the need to do something. And I hope that there will be some AI agents that will not be asking you already, and there will be already a justification. If it's a marketing function, it's required to promote the brand. And then half of the questions are already not needed. And second, algorithmization, averaging, and previous algorithms were like social media. We had representation, and then if we use social media for that, we will have more and more of the content that sort of applicable to you. For example, the serial murderers will see his picture that everyone is serial murderer. Sorry for this example, but others will, for example, the craftsman, they will see only something that is related to craftsmen. So we need to focus on the successful cases required for the establishment of different rules, like right people being in the front. And what we usually say, the good experts are usually very shy, modest. And those who don't have enough expertise and intelligence, they usually are sort of not afraid of anything. And we need such people to be in the front. If it's the Ministry of AI, then okay, let it be. But we just need to find the right ones at the right people at the right places, basically. Yeah, with artificial intelligence, the role of people and our internal feelings, internal uniqueness is growing. Anton has touched upon the topic about people, and as we also talk about works, jobs, we have now new jobs, new professions, and we will probably have people as managers of AI assistants. And now, especially creative industries are already having such things like don't just maybe do the editing, but already have various other functions. And in creative industries, AI has become a full-fledged let's say, partner, and I'm sure that with the creation of the Ministry of Artificial Intelligence, we will have even more opportunities. It's a blue ocean, and everyone has an opportunity to learn, to assume trends, and have the leading positions. Dmitry, for example, he is a director on AI. A couple of years ago, we could never even imagine such positions. Second block is about reducing the costs for production. As we talk about video content, with the high number of content that we have now, and video materials and the platforms that are also working with the use of artificial intelligence, they require volumes. And for businesses to develop such volumes is quite difficult and also expensive. So in TikTok, for example, for one company to have performance, we require 5-7 creative ideas. So business is now using AI tools. And now we have a classic mix. AI creative, UGC creative, and so on. And this different format, different-sided mix is something new that we are dealing with now. And for example, when you make your AI avatars, you don't need to buy many AI influencers. You just have a new AI avatar that would correspond to all of the requirements, and you will have like 50 different roles in different languages, and this reduces your costs, your volumes, and here creative industry start playing with the new roles. Apologies, Yulia. I think you don't have to change anything. Yeah, like for example, why trees were colored with the white coloring. If you ask ChatGPT, it will not give you the right answer. Vendors like TikTok, Facebook, Instagram, they want to reduce your output after the company is optimized. So when everyone has lost their money and now you just restart what you start, but you don't need to make new things. And you don't need to change it. It's all done by TikTok, Instagram, and please just try to use two materials. Well, Anton, if you talked about your cases, but there are no such cases, so yeah, it's just to try to use this advice. Well, I'm talking about the figures, and the best practice is 30% performance. Okay, Dmitry, what would you think? Yeah, thank you very much. The question is, how can we impact on the difficulties we discussed earlier? Probably the main direction is education, is increasing the literacy. Otherwise, we have high probability and we will just be able to develop some images or some messages, but it will not be full-fledged literacy. And getting skills and knowledge with AI is so available. To become the IT developer, you don't need to study coding, because you just write with your human language what you need, and then it will make it to you. And to write a picture, you will not make it as a professional painter, but at the basic level, you will be able to do something. So using the skills with different tools for any professions has become, to the maximum extent, accessible. And now it's just how every person will use this opportunity. Yeah, that's true. And next thing is to find your uniqueness and transform it. And this is the main focus, where should be the main focus of mentorship, education. There's so many layers of digital noise, and then everyone looks so similar in TikTok and everywhere else. We're not interested, because human soul actually wants to find another human soul, and catharsis and empathy is something we still need. And that's why what I'm trying to say to creators, of course, yeah, I understand that AI is a part of our life, but we need it to be over something unique. Then it's garbage in, garbage out. And then in the end, we will still have something empty. And talking about our reflection, and the values that we have as a society. And we have the gap here, big gap here. And maybe we need to come back to what Abai said. Technologically and processually, EE does help. And my goals in my department, for example, writing letters to Yeo Tennesh, is very easy to write now. If in the beginning it was so difficult for them, now 2 months of working with AI, and they ask us to check it. And the question is about the values. So if we will be able to simplify it until 7, and if AI Father will be able to pass all of the care and caring skills and all of the values, then why not? Thank you. Yeah, very interesting thoughts. We've discussed the main considerations, barriers, problems. We thought about the successful cases. And in the end, usually what we used to finish with, as Englishmen say, any advice is a bad advice and good advice is the worst. But still, our speakers, would you like to give an advice to anyone, to government, investors, producers, curators? What are your advices in relation to creative industries and artificial intelligence? Well, let me try to start. I think giving advices to investors will be on a different discussion, but now I'd like to share thoughts with the representatives of creative industries. We all understand that creative people are people of very thin nature, let's say. They are different from IT guys, maybe. And I would probably say maybe you don't need to think about art. You cannot replace art. You cannot replace creative skills. But you have new opportunities now to cover for maybe some new directions, maybe to find some new options, new ways. And my recommendations, don't be afraid to try new things. You will never lose the job, but you will be able to expand your views, expand your knowledge, find new directions. Thank you. I would advise to not forget about the fact that creativity is the human-based quality, and non-AI can bring you the uniqueness of your project, and that's why your humane enlightenment will only be with your creative thinking and with your ideas. And in continuation of this topic, especially in arts, in creative industries, there is always something which is constant. And I wish all of us to have this constant coming from our soul, from the cultural values, cultural code, with the heart, with the knowledge and everything surrounding us. And all of these great trends that are being born every second, we can use it just for our purposes, to experiment, to try hypotheses, to develop different inordinary creative things. But at each stage, we need to remember about foundations. This is internal souls, internal culture, and all constant things we are establishing. And in the future, we need to remember about this human traits, the soul, the empathy, and things like this. I'll try to be short, and as a narrative, I will give my advice, maybe. It's not an advice even, not a recommendation. It's just, it's like I will talk about myself, what I would tell myself. Now it's time when it's important to be creative. What does it mean? Unique mechanism that we all have, and we had so many different changes, but it was a unique path. And it will not be possible to reinvent it. And it's such a unique thing that happened. And working with social media, working with future linguistic models, it can lead to the fact that we may lose the context we've been living with. So this living part of our neural nets can still be lost. But the ones who maybe have less expertise now, but is ready to shout about it, like you have different chats, like your multi-apartment buildings chats, and there are always some very active people, and everyone remembers those active people. But then there are 100 people that are silent and that are not actively participating, and you will never pay attention to them. But maybe they are smarter, maybe they are more creative, and that means with the silence, these 100 people are also attached to the opinion of these two.
So there are trends to rely on, and it's important to make some real things. I started planting the dwarf trees because I don't like the greening style of our city. We need dwarf trees to separate houses from roads, and therefore I started just planting them near my home, near the houses of my friends. So be creative. Nothing bad will happen to a good idea. We need big model to learn on what is available. Thank you so much. It's so poetic. Artificial intelligence is our future. But future can never happen without the past. We need to study our past well. History of arts, history of our nation, and all the people living here. All the ethnic groups, because Kazakhstan is a unique mix that is highly valued. And when we go outside our region, we understand that people wish to know about us. And it's our must to talk about us, to really share the information about us, because history is the link between the past and the present. And there are wise men who have already passed away a long ago, but we still remember them. We share their thoughts. So we really have a lot of knowledge and wisdom we inherited from them. So 3 questions from the participants. Raise your hand. Introduce yourself first. Microphone. My name is Mulder. I'm a fashion influencer, a stylist. I'd like to ask a question to Yulia about TikTok. I uploaded my expert movies, about 20 of them, 100,000, 200,000, 500,000 views. And you say that it's good to use AI for promotion. I'm a fashion influencer. I create videos myself. Just imagine 30 movies. I burnt out for one summer, and for 1 year I just didn't use TikTok because I was burnt out. I was so tired. And you say that we need AI for TikTok to promote us. So Do I do it myself, or because I want the growth x5, x10, I got comments and proposals after my videos from different sources, TV channels, Khabar. I worked there as an expert stylist. So the question, I want to grow x5, x10. What could be your advice? My key recommendation, really TikTok for business. I talked about advertisement materials and TikTok for businesses so that you don't burn out. Please do have a mix, and therefore AI is implemented, and then it can really lead to X3 growth. For you not to burn out, please use CapCut tool, which is also a part of the creative system, iDance, in TikTok. There are AI generators in different scripts. You can really have many functions there, many products that would allow to make your creative process easier, and then you will protect yourself from burnout, and you'll have more movies. Any other questions? Here and there. Just 3 questions. I've got a question about the AI itself. Do I understand correctly that social networks promote videos made with the help of neural networks or by neural networks? I understand that it's trendy. I know that people look for them. But this content, I think it's too numerous. I saw too much neural networks generated videos. And is it true that this content is promoted more than conventional? No, there is no such an algorithm. If in your feed you see such content, it means that you're interested in such content, because everyone has got his or her own feed where you see what's interesting for you. And if something is really good and creative, if something is authentic, then it will be promoted. But there is no special rule to promote AI. And how does it read my interest? For instance, I see a video, I'm not interested, I just scroll it down, but I'm still seeing more videos. The feed is adapted to your interests. Interesting things. It looks like in the society there is an opinion that when a person sees a product that is AI generated, the level of interest and trust should go down. There were cases discussed at Amazon that generated titles by AI. There was less demand for products AI generated, because when you talk to a bot, you really get crazy. But in our company, we saw a different trend when it comes to internet, digital, and social networks. Creative things generated by AI. I think, Yulia, you saw it. CTR was X2 in comparison with the stock creative things. And it's actually not in line with the expectation. Dear speakers, the AI-generated creative stuff, when have they become stock? Dear speakers, have you read about industry of culture, Holheimer book as well? What do you think about AI growth from perspective of that book? Could you please give us a brief content? I have a feeling that people didn't read this book. Many people haven't read this book, although they develop AI in creative industries. It's a good book for creative industries. So do you know this book? I read it, but it's a visionary book. But what has been written there is happening in reality now. I have Vietnam flashback from what I'm seeing. I think Shalpan Mahmudova of Almaty Creative and curator of TEDx. Yulia Kushnir, head of TikTok in Central Asia. Chief Marketing Officer Anton Kim, our great friend. And Dmitry Sinitsa, Chief AI Officer, BI Group. Thank you for finding time and sharing your excellent insights and your feelings. Let's have a photo.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия жақын арада өз бастауын алады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начнется скоро. Уважаемые гости, панельная сессия завершена. Просим вас покинуть зал, так как скоро начнется следующая сессия. Благодарим за внимание. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарымызға жайғасып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим вас занять свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов. Айта кетейік, алда басылатын панельдік сессияның тақырыбы Beyond Sound, GE, AR, VR, XR және тәжірибе болашағы. The name of panel session Beyond Sound, AR, VR, XR and the Future of Experience. Название сегодняшней панельной сессии Beyond Sound, EE, AR, VR, XR и будущее пользовательского опыта. Так. The moderator of the event, Almagul Minglibayeva. She's a contemporary artist. Yıldız Bakhtiyozina, director and artist. Next speaker, Christina Hara, multimedia artist, educator and curator. Hugo Duplessis, co-founder of UTP 050. And our last speaker, Alexander Mezin. He's a coordinator of Kubatu Game Lab Mentor Program.
Hello. Здравствуйте.
Good morning. Thank you so much for coming here. I will speak Russian during our panel discussion. We have two English-speaking guests, but the audience is Russian-speaking, so let me use the Russian language. I have several questions. So, Christina, are you okay? Can you hear the translation? Hello, hello. This is the third channel. Channel number 3 for English. So, we are all somehow related to artificial intelligence. So, the first question, how AI changes the user experience? AR, VR, XR from gaming industry. So, do you have any ideas about that? Let me start, if you allow me. So, if we speak about media themselves, so about user experience in media, we are not seeing any significant changes. We have many projects related to VR and XR. We have mentor programs, but user experience is limited to a platform. So basically, we are limited by a platform. It's our bottleneck. If we speak about the development tools, speed of development, way to integrate, how we can be more creative in development, there are so many changes there. It's a whole new field. It's like a green field. It's understudied. Many tools we have to create ourselves to enable using AI in our work. But this is something, now we have more ways to do experiments, more iterations during development. We can be more creative in development. We can create prototypes for something we are doing. In general, it improves the quality of our products.
So in art, I think how AI is transforming the user experience. In art, when we say the user is like the visitor who enters the exhibition space. And so when you enter exhibition space, it's a passive relationship. You enter the museum and you just look at an artwork that is passive, that you're not interactive with. And I think what's interesting in this is that it's reflection, meditation, and I think we should stick to that. But what changes with AI and what as an artist I'm interested in is to create a new dynamic interaction between the artwork, the exhibition, and the user, the visitor. And so then any artwork can become interactive. So what I do in my studio is that we create AI personalized generative artworks. For example, my last exhibition is about conspiracy theories, and it's a very complex topic. So what we did is we built an escape game. So the exhibition is an escape game. You enter, you interact with a Telegram chatbot so that you have a mission. It's like the exhibition is a game. And then the Telegram chatbot, you can interact with AI on phone calls, AI generate images on screens, and also print clues for your mission, for your game, to progress in your adventure. So, of course, we still have beautiful artworks on the wall, but the idea we want to do with AI and art is to really make that visitor can play with the exhibition. So this is what I see AI interesting for developing procedural generative narrative experience. And the next step is then to combine the augmented reality with this, so we still have the connection between the physical and the digital. And in any case, it's not the technology that matters, it's the quality of the stories that we present to the audience that matters. And so that's for the artistic part. And for the museum, I think the role of the museum is to help inform the audience about those new technologies. And that is also why I try to develop in my studio, like workshop, but also personalize the chatbots for the museum experience. And also educational program to keep, because AI is changing very fast, so we have to maintain critical discourse about it.
Yeah, I actually probably want to expand on what my colleague just said, because I totally agree. It is fantastic how AI and new media create a more low barrier access to arts, so that through very simple interactions, we invite visitors to immerse into experience. And in my opinion, new arts create a paradigm where we create more empathetic space, so we can talk about very complex topics through very simple means. And even though we're using technology and it seems like it's probably has to be more digital, technogenic. On the contrary, I see it as an opportunity to create a space where we actually more realize ourselves and also see other people more brightly, like, because when we all start doing the same motion in the same space and visual react to us, we're becoming suddenly aware of everyone with the space within we are located. So yeah, I somehow see it more as a tool of poetics and more of inclusion, so that before, if you create conceptual art, it's probably going to create a situation when you need to have a lot of cultural background and read all the references. And this is how art was for a long time, and it was pushed like highly conceptual art, which also was taught this way. Now, on the contrary, we can think about situation when how do we can make it more approachable, like how it can be interactive, how we can give agency basically to our audience to be included in co-creation. And there is a lot of different cultural perspectives, how AI is integrated. I really love maybe Japanese approach when they see machine as coexisting with nature and humans, and it really affects a lot of artists in the way they put AI and work with it and place it in public spaces.
Thank
Do you want to continue?
Yes, thank you so much. We have we probably will just answer this question. So, Yıldız, like, do you?
Но поскольку я больше работаю с кинематографом,
I work more with the cinema, and I had experience of exhibitions with the integration of AI. So I can say that this really helps, as the guys said. It helps with the speed, how fast you reach your goal. When there is a statement that you have to back up, and the artificial intelligence helps to do it well and quickly. So I have a question now. You, as artists, to what extent AI, when you interact with it, so to what extent you control it? Where is this line between your authorship? So you say that AI is a tool, but how do you work with it? Because I meet with different neuro artists. They say it's okay, you know, when the AI generates something, a neural artist says, I did it. But for the artists, it's different because we used to do it by our own hands. So what are the criteria that you use to see this line between your authorship and AI authorship? Because AI is like high consumerism notion, but where is this line for artists? Because on one hand, artists, they have to really show this is my art, and this is something I did with the help of AI. I can say that we can train neural networks to our style. There are different mood boards and other tools and instruments when you show your style, like you fix your style there. And this becomes your like copyright. So I have a database of my work, which I shot, which I created, so I can continue working with this style, with neural networks and AI. But at the same time, I'm limited by a frame of my style. But there is control over a word, there is control over a thought, over a saying. So there could be also author's style. When you work with a tool, for instance, we can give an artist, let's say, a used chewing gum, but at the same time they can keep their style, even if they didn't work with the physical objects, because it's based on their preferences and their taste. And so the artist, with the help of AI, would create a picture that is in line with his or her taste, preference, and understanding about aesthetics. So you can really attach to it, but of course, there is a very big number of artists who have their own style that has been helped by AI as well. Christina, what do you think about it?
I think it's a very interesting question because it has like progression in the future. So at the moment, of course, we have more control when we use it as a tool, but we also use it as a collaborator to some extent when we're developing concepts or we're doing brainstorming research. And in general, when we're talking about new media, it's usually collaborative media from the beginning. So before, it was usually a team working on creating an artwork, but we also can say that there is some sort of machinery input, the opinion of machines starting getting maybe further evolving, and if AI are gonna get a little bit more agency, we might be gonna see a rise of aesthetic, which is very like machine for machine, which is actually very interesting as a concept, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, because the way it works is that machine is always highlights something which we have in excess. This is why we see that there is some more, let's say, stereotypes getting involved into generative art, but it's not a problem really of an AI. It kind of shows us something that we have in society and addressing. So it's, in a way, it's very artistic already in that form. But even if there is going to be raising, let's say, machinery aesthetics, I still think there is a limit to it and what it can do, because after all, the way aesthetics are made, it's also about perception, and as far as it doesn't have body and it cannot be in a context, you know, and get all the perceptual experience we do have as humans, there's always going to be like a definitive line between us. But yeah, in my practice, I think AI helps a lot. Of course, it's about facilitation a lot of the processes, but I'm also getting more mindful about what it can give me as a collaborator, which I should include as collaborator, not just as a tool. There is interesting perspectives in it from different cultures, like for example, in Western world, especially in my alma mater, which is University of the Arts London, we have Professor Wesley Gotley. So the way he talks about AI is that he compares it also to occult practice, and that's how it sort of sometimes presented to big audiences. We don't really understand how it works. He uses it as a warning in a way that because people are not educated enough on how it works, it can create this like magical experience, but we actually should be encouraged to understand more idea behind it. On the contrary, I feel like in Asian countries, especially in China, because AI was integrated and introduced in art as a governmental initiative, they see it quite differently. They're trying to beat system from within. They're trying to, as individual artists, working from bottom up to the top, they're trying to find a way they can push AI to the limit and see how they can integrate it in a different way. So there is a lot of things which come in with AI, but again, I think they always point to us as a human in the end.
Yeah, Hugo.
Yeah, so as you were saying, I think working with AI as an artist is like working with any material, like metal, wood. So you can, and as it's open source, most of AI models, you can really work with them, craft them in the way that you want, so you can train your own data sets, make your own AI pipelines. So you're like a craftsmanship of AI, so that you can really like build the tool like a brush the way you want to. And then I think that good AI art is art where you don't see it's made with AI. I think that's really important. And then regarding the end of authorship, it's a reflection I'm having a lot. And I don't know if you're familiar with brain rot, tung 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 sahur. But like I think this is the end of
My
authorship.
kids are in love with it.
Yeah.
My kids are definitely completely in love with it.
So we are all in love of it, and I think it's like AI is producing hyper art, like art that is generated in real time, and then we move from one art to another. And tung 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 sahur, is it like AI art? Can we copyright that? Can we call it that art? There is currently, China, for example, has a strong regulation on that. There is currently a trial in France about that. And so I see it as the end of authorship, and we are in this transition, yes.
Александр, у вас на эту тему?
На этот вопрос мне очень сложно отвечать.
Well, this question is quite difficult to answer because I work in two completely different art forms. So first is photography and second is games development. And in each of these areas, there is different answers. And I reflected quite a lot. Why is it so? And we need to understand the complexness of media. Some media have low level of complexness. This is like painting, this is music, and then there is a product. For example, you painted your work, and this is what you have. Or music, for example. But there are some other media products which includes both images, music, and something else. But for me, what's important is the presence. I have such a work, it's quite early in work, and I understand when I look at it, maybe like more than 8 years ago, 7 years ago, or even 6, well, quite a long ago. And when I look back at it, I understand that I wouldn't have probably generated it with AI. Maybe it would be possible with AI, but all my memories and my attitude to this work, that I was in the right time, in the right place when I made this photo, I was part of this experience. When things were happening, I made this picture. So I didn't just generate it with AI, but I was in that exact place. Of course, I used some processing. I do some tools like Dexolab or some others, and I use AI for processing the photo. But the idea of the photo, because I was inside there, and I felt myself as an artsman in this process, like a painter, and this is what I try to be. We have a beautiful picture with my wife in Turkestan, in front of the Great Wall in Turkestan, and when I looked at your picture, I was remembering our experience in Turkestan, and I thought that even if at some point this photo was at the exhibition, this story about this photo would be interesting. When we talk about AI, when we have the complex media, I think this is where AI is relevant. And thinking about the code, thinking about how AI is doing it, for me, it's not so important. Maybe if I have certain idea of a dialogue, for example, for the participants, I can generate it with the AI, then use a prompt for the AI and further develop it. But I think it's different approaches depending on the complexness of media. Okay, thank you very much. Just wanted to add that, yeah, probably when we deal with new forms of media, I think to some extent we are already not the same. After being exposed to AI, even just VR, we are becoming somehow different, like post-human. And this experience is completely different. And also, from my experience, I understand that there is so much data already collected, and you already work with some collective data. Even if you develop something of your own, but you use data available to everyone, and it's collective data, and it's a different type of quality. When I just started my work, I was so excited when I was able to generate some things, and I was so excited about it, and I was like, wow, it's so fast, and I was like, and who am I in this process then? Because I should be an artist, but here it's not me anymore, and I even didn't know how to call it. Is it just the work of AI? Where is my place in this process? I understand that we work with some sort of collective tool. It's an interaction, and of course, like you said, there are some simple media, there are some more complex, more comprehensive media, like where you become like a cyber artist, and it's a different aesthetics. Thank you. One more question I have. And I don't know who wants to start.
AI support development of personalized scenarios and learning environments. Думаю, вот
Да,
Александр.
могу на это дело ответить.
Yeah. You know, in the latest years in our lab, we had so many experiments. How can we use AI for gaming? And the majority of experiments lead to the fact that the developers, the authors, they do use it, but still they go back to the tools which they are more used to. So introduction of the new tools is quite resisted. And the situation now, for example, you saw on the stands that some girls are demonstrating their game. It's called S. And I talked with them how they use AI, how can they use AI to write dialogues, how to generate codes and processes in their games. But they still roll back to things more convenient to them, things they feel more confident in, they feel more control. And I think this notion of how we use AI depends very much on to what extent we are ready to release this control, let it out. And are we ready to get the result even with some level of mistakes? For example, I making a photo and I have some light projection, but maybe there will be some imperfections, but they are not so important to me. This is one thing, because AI will not make it as perfect as I want. But if I want to control every single detail, like these girls, they don't let it.
Something, because you told that in your platform you're doing also, you start to work with the gaming.
Yes, so because what AI allows us is to 3D modeling much easier. So now you can connect AI images with a 3D Blender editor or video game editor as Unreal Engine. And we are artists, we are not 3D editors, but now we can build tools to actually make 3D scenes much more easier. And as we did artworks for the past 7 years, and now we want to do more video games because we want to distribute what we do to a more diverse audience. And so what we do in our video games is that we do the 3D scenes more easily, and then the characters, we do what we call the multi-agent crafting, so different characters, AI agents that are in the game and that you can interact with. And for us in our practice, it's like we really dive deep into it, and it makes the possibility of building a video game much more easier, yeah.
Wow, great. Okay, so we are going to move to the other question. So what is the ethical and cultural challenges arise when creating AI-driven virtual worlds? Ethical and cultural challenges would challenge you.
Но меня ничего не челленджит.
Well, as for me, nothing challenges me. I actually get some excitement, I get satisfaction from working with AI. I don't have barriers, I don't have fears. For me, what is important is that I still have a feeling that I have my personal style, I keep this format. Maybe I have a different objective, as I am now involved in AI movies, AI directing. That's why, for me, it's important to build the process and set up my mind in that way that you already develop a scenario, understanding what AI tools can give me. Because what I often face with my students is that they come to the moment of disappointment and they just leave their products unfinished because the way they develop the idea, and this is probably the challenge for them in this direction when you work with neural networks, is that they want too much from AI, and then the result disappoints them, and they don't know how to control it, how to edit it properly, and then they face the next tasks that they still need to have at least some basic understanding of editing, basic practice of storytelling, how to work with narratives, and if there is an impulse to start AI directing and AI movies, then you cannot just enter it without any knowledge. You still need to have a certain background, profile background. Yeah, of course, you can use ChatGPT to develop a scenario, but it will not be your authorship. And just in half an hour, I will be demonstrating my movie, which actually demonstrates the work with the narrative fully generated with the AI. And I actually made it as an example to show that it is possible. This is probably the challenge to work with AI movies.
Yes, so I believe as an artist we integrate AI at different stages of development, including in research. And as artists, we are most likely using the same AI tools as everyone, same ChatGPT. There is a lot of things which you need to be mindful and sort of be conscious of the process. How do you create the process of research? Because as I mentioned earlier, AI at the moment mirrors societal inequalities quite significantly, and it's something which UN reported and other worldwide organizations. So when you're doing a research, you sort of need to keep your positionality and your perspective really intact, because otherwise you can get influenced. So just leave it to AI and like consume only one side of research, which can lead you in the wrong direction. And why it bothers me is because as artist who works with experiences, my personal position is that I'm always trying to leave experience pure. I don't want to give I don't want to embed any sort of feeling like I want my audience to experience. I think that's the whole point of experience, that you can make your own decisions afterwards. If it made you think, it's amazing. If it made you feel confused, it's also okay. If you felt happy like a child, it's also fine. But because with the current tools, and again, as my colleague just said, yeah, like AI can affect narratives, we basically can create situations where we do have empathetic environments, but we force empathy to subjects maybe we don't want to force it. So there is a lot of sort of like human filter needed when you create content which is AI powered, and especially in new media. And also, how do you sort of distinguish if you want to play with the idea of sort of more machinery vision, robotics vision, etc. Again, how do you differentiate it, or how do you clearly state it for what purposes you intended it in your work? So this is probably a challenge, but I also find it exciting that in a way we're moving to society where we are human nature and a machine, and how we're going to tackle it in our art. Yeah, so that's a challenge, I guess.
Yes, so I think there are different cultural elements that are interesting to underline. The first one is that you have to make sure that the data you use for your artwork, for your video game, for your interactive experiences, the data you use has to be culturally relevant to the context in which you are showing your artwork or your interactive experience, so that the LLMs, for example, the text AI that you're using is provided with a local data set. Taiwan, for example, is a very interesting example because they are building 21 LLMs for each 21 languages on the island. And so I think this is the cultural exception with AI that has to be defended. And for Kazakhstan is also important because Kazakhstan has a very diverse language situation. I think so that is a good example that you use contextual data for a contextual audience and that you don't homogenize your artistic propositions. Another point is the question of personalization with AI. Art is about collective shared experience. We collectively play a game, we collectively read a book, we collectively watch a movie, and then we share feelings about that movie, about that book, about art. And so personalization is nice, but we have to still think, how do we keep having collective experience when the content gets more and more personalized? And my last point is the human-bot confusion in AI-driven worlds. Is that yesterday we were saying that 20% of our discussions with ChatGPT is about like psychological daily chat discussions. So we, as people are using it for psychological reasons or daily chit-chat, we have to make sure that in the AI-driven experiences, we know when we're speaking to a AI bot, and we know when we're speaking to a real human. And yeah, that has to be kept in mind for the future.
Thank you.
Слушал.
Well, I was listening to Yıldız and Christina and thought about one interesting thing. Maybe it's out of topic a little bit, but I just want to highlight it. I face it a lot. For example, I used to have a camera, but it wasn't sufficient to do what I wanted. And I bought new lenses, and where did I get these ideas? Now, I didn't have AI. Now I have AI, but where are the ideas? I think ideas are more important because AI is just a tool, but you still need to have ideas. And at certain time when the works about media were developed, it was when television just appeared and people were like, okay, we now have television, what should we do with it? And he was talking about media as the extension of the human. And now we're at the same point with AI. Okay, we have AI, but what is it for the humanship? What will we do with it? And that's why we have so many discussions. Some people use it very opportunistically. And talking about AI, we actually talk about two effects on media. First is how we use it in the current media. For example, in our delivery modes, is it a game or an artwork or a movie, and how we use AI for that. But second, what Hugo is talking about is LLMs themselves. The LLM in this box. This is the new media that we are having, actually. And the more content we put there to teach it, we can change the output. And therefore, for example, now, with this new media, we get this type of extension as a humanship in the form of LLMs. At the same time, we got a huge boost to the use of the media we already know. And talking about the first part, about the LLMs, from the industrial, utility-based approach, we have LLMs dealing with code. It helps you to generate a code. There are some good LLMs to generate videos, but creative LLMs that are let's say, tuned for some particular creative task. We don't have such yet. I know that people are working on them. They try to find some data sets, but so far it's a very underground thing, not a mainstream one. So I think our task, our responsibility is to be aware about those things, that when we work with some artificial intelligence, it does affect us. Like other people impact us. For example, we communicate with other people, we get new ideas from them. And again, whose authorship is this? Mine or this person who inspired this in me? Great, yeah. Having worked with different technologies, I understand that we, being artists, we are sort of making technologies more human. Because if we will not help the technology to become more relevant to human, then it will become too futuristic or too technological. So all technologies are more military, like internet, but we are actually giving it more traits, want this technology to cry or to become more empathic, create some cyber areas, and that's why all of these phones are also very applicable to us to live in a different dimension. It's an interesting time. And the last question: how you see the future? What is your vision of the future of AI with all VR, AI, XR technologies?
AI combination with AR, VR, XR in the next 5-10 years? What do you think? Where are we going? Or what, like a dream, what do you think that will be?
I think I'm very excited and hoping that AI and new media are going to move more towards what is called aesthetics of care. So when we use AI to sort of create more inclusive and empathetic space. And we're also going to extend to a new sensor experience because right now we still rely a lot on visual experience and maybe spatial experience, but I'm also very interested in technologies and exhibitions where we can view technology on our body for some certain period of time and how it reacts and changes, and how we can feel this differences sort of being in a different body, which I kind of see exciting. But to be fair, maybe a little bit unlike my colleagues, I really do not look only to see AI as a tool, because I don't think it's going to stay like that forever. Maybe I see it more as a collaborator, and I see that maybe we're going to change a little bit the way we see art in general, and how do we reflect to what art is. Maybe we're getting a bit back to, I don't know, sort of collective consciousness, because I believe that product which you generate by AI, if it's not curated, like I understand, of course, there are AI systems which are trained on specific data sets created by artists, but there is also this like global, you know, like ChatGPT or Midjourney, I don't know, so it just gives you some response to your prompt. This is kind of a little bit like collective response, you know, so you can say it's robotic, but it's also a reflection of our collective consciousness, and I think that maybe in the future, like this discrepancy between what machine sees and what we want to see is gonna push us forward to improve ourselves. So I kind of see it as a potential, as an opportunity that sometimes we kind of keep this robotic, but that's gonna, again, like make us value and see more agency over what human being is and what its need. So this is, I guess, my vision.
So it's definitely change us. Yeah.
I mean,
it will.
I think it's going to make us more self-aware.
We're going to be post-human.
I think it's also like we just need to, we already live sort of, we live in a post-human world for a long time, even though in artistic space they're still debating is it metaverse or not, even though it definitely is. But I think that we're going to be more living in a system with a more robotics also evolving, etc., etc., when we need to accept that there is also, they are existing sort of with us and how we're going to tackle it. But again, I think it's not going to really change us. It's going to make us more self-aware. So in a way, it's going to allow us opportunity for being more human than ever in contrast.
Absolutely, yeah. Mm-hmm. I think it's also probably analog, I mean, normal drawings will be very, or paintings or photography, documentary, I think it will be in demand. Yeah.
Yeah.
If before was like a, you know, the world's fantasies was like really in demand because people were more like doing things very realistic. I think people now will miss something real, you know.
Yeah, like the organic comeback.
Organic, yeah, because there is a lot of, will be machines, you know, like, and then people will say, oh, give me something human from your heart.
I mean, there's like more than that. There is interesting idea that AI constantly needs a human-driven content because if it's we're going to run out of it and it's going to start training on AI-generated content, it's going to be an effect when it's sort of like AI cannibalism, you know, so we're going to kind of break the system. So we cannot stop creating in order to evolve AI, so we're kind of already codependent in some way.
Thank you so much. So I think we are going to some questions? Yes. Okay. Please. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, я на русском задам.
I will ask my question in Russian. Thank you so much for this panel discussion. Very interesting. I have a question. In the history, there was a similar problem when a new thinking of art was criticized during the Industrial Revolution, when Impressionism appeared. The society didn't think that Impressionism is art, and a success factor, it wasn't an artist, it was rather an art dealer. So an art dealer found ways to promote Impressionism, and it got success. We all know Claude, Monet, and other artists. So I wanted to ask you, how a modern art dealer, do we need art dealers, and can they help promote the modern art, especially in the context of AI?
I think I can answer as a gallerist of new media artworks and as a museum professional. Of course, we need institutions to legitimate these practices and spaces for that the artists can express themselves and that the people can value what is produced. So now, for example, I was saying that in Almaty, you have two new beautiful contemporary art and modern art museums that just opened. And what I'm fighting for in France and what can be the next step also here in Kazakhstan is to have dedicated museums or galleries to new media, to digital art, where the public and the audience can meet, learn more, and then you can value. And I believe then that you can sell that art from, like in the traditional art market, like the Impressionism, from one exclusive artwork to one exclusive collector. But I think there is a transition to that with a more distributed selling, like Tung 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 Sahur again, that can be sold to everyone, or like a video game that can be distributed on the platform. So maybe Monet today would have made a video game and sold like 100,000 copies.
Thank you so much. What is the next question? Please.
Добрый день.
Hello, I'm interested in the following. The art in collaboration with AI would work when it's 50-50. We are seeing the depth and the beauty because we can really elaborate on this and strengthen it. And yesterday, Hicksfield said that in 3 years, the entire content in Instagram, all videos, will be generated by AI. So the machine is getting faster. So the question: will a human keep the same pace? Will the human be fast enough to do this collaboration? And what about sensuality? What about the content perception? What about diving into this? Will that be still possible? What is the entry point for creative people in this profession, in order not to be distracted and disappointed in a way by AI, because AI is faster and stronger. So on this stage, aren't we at some transition point? Maybe we will be considered classics after all. So the content generated with which is less sensitive will be a mainstream, and we will be like old classics or what? So I hope you understand my question. Why would you consume content in Instagram then? Well, it's part of our life. It's what we do in the morning. We scroll Instagram feed. Instagram is a platform where the artists publish their work, where they can self-express, and where I, as a consumer, can see it and can evaluate it. So it works in both directions. But what if AI is faster and stronger? For me, Instagram is dead, not because of artificial intelligence. It died because of Reels. In order to get promoted through Instagram, in order to distribute my art, I need to shoot Reels, which I don't like. I don't want to create Reels. I want to post pictures, photographs, because I'm a photographer. I don't want to create videos. For me, Instagram died as a platform right away. The only thing I have is to publish in my personal blog in Facebook. Also, I print things on paper, but I really don't do anything in Instagram. I can arrange an exhibition, show my photographs there, because for me, the rules have changed so much that it's incompatible with what I do, incompatible with my values. But the platform with my values is my platform. I don't want to chase the exposure. Julian Mayer didn't chase exposure. She shot for herself, and she has become the well-known artist after she died. But anyway, but art is our immortality project. So it's a project that makes us immortal. Yes, it does. But for the artist, it's important to do communication. For me, it's important to show something and to get a public response. So we lost this channel of communication. It does not exist. I need feedback in the moment. And the point is that the sensitivity and sensuality of the content will drop. And the entry point in the art will be lost. An important thing about the adaptation. That's who is first to adapt. There is competition. Strongest will survive. Those who will still ensure sensuality in the neuron elements, and the speeds will be very fast, and the success will be very fast, but the failure will be fast as well. So you go up and you go down quickly. So at one point in time, everyone will be artist, but then everyone will just lose it.
Content, yeah, and how much content we can, I don't know, process. It's a very different question, and there probably going to be also a different AI systems which are going to be sorting content for us and personalizing. But I think it has nothing to do with an artist and intimacy. On the contrary, I believe that especially in new media, it gives us a unique opportunity where we can build those experiences and spaces when we're gonna have to go there and actually feel it and communicate with each other. That's what new media gives us a chance to do. So it's gonna sort of breaks the system that you have to experience it through screen. On the contrary, in new media, yeah, it's digital, it's highly digital, but you need to be in person there, and that is where the trick comes in. So like you have to experience it firsthand. I mean, I understand it's probably hard to sell, and it's true. Like new media is very hard to capture. Like I work in low light setups. It's a nightmare. How can I capture it and sort of present when you haven't been there? But I thought at some point that this is my strength. I want my art to be communicative, relational space when I create a setup for people to finally see each other. I don't want to share it. I want to invite them. So it's more like how do you can still use media, but maybe it's more about how you build an intrigue. How do you trick people into your art rather than selling the content? So yeah, I would definitely separate those two matters. But yeah, it's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So like what I want to say, just add, we're living in the big experiment. We're experimenting, everybody, even everybody in society, even with the mobile phone, every time the new application we're sending, there is always data processing. So we're living in a big experience. Even medicine, like what is good or something is killing us. We're eating and after we're dying. And then after the end, it's not good, I'm sorry. So what I wanted to say, it's like if you understand that we're living in a big experience, so it means that everybody can participate and have their own voice and can change the rules. So this is what I wanted to say. Thank you so much. Извините, по-английски говорю. Sorry. Да. Мы живем просто во время.
We are living in the world of experiments. Your question is very interesting, but we must be strong, and we can change. We can maybe even change the way Instagram works, because human things will be always winning. We need to humanize a technology, because if we don't do that, there will be just commercial corporations or cliché, and our humanism and our sensuality will just disappear. So if you work in creative industries, it's very important to humanize technology. We will be just pixels in this big digital picture. Apology, I'm an organizer. We have 1 minute for one question. I have a question. What can you recommend to us in order to improve our approach and be successful in art in these current realities?
Tutorials.
Yes, free education. Yeah. Самообразование хотел добавить.
Self-education. Of course, self-education is key, because the knowledge gets old very quickly. There are tutorials, open sources. I think it's a must. Self-education. Democratization. YouTube did a lot for democratization of education, more than anyone else. You don't go to universities, you don't spend money, you just take online courses, really.
develop yourself as a person, because if you have no story to tell, or no like depth to what you want to say, there's no tutorial gonna fix it, but it's definitely gonna give you tools where you can create whatever you want. And I believe that new paradigm of artists is that we are constantly learning. So there is no such like fixed medium, especially in new art, that I'm gonna be only specialist in this. On the contrary, it's more like you're constantly developing, trying to find the best communicative way to say your story, your narrative. Yeah, so that's it.
Yes. Окей, спасибо большое.
Құрметті қонақтар, панельдік сессиямыз аяқталды. Бірнеше минуттардан соң келесі панельдік сессия басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начнется через несколько минут. Уважаемые гости, просим покинуть зал, так как скоро начнется следующая сессия. Благодарим за внимание.
Достаточно включить запись, и система сама распознает речь. Зафиксирует ключевые решения, задачи, ответственных и сроки исполнения. Больше никаких потерянных деталей, все структурировано и готово к работе сразу после встречи. Документолог AI – умные решения для вашего бизнеса. Ускорьте быстро. Делегируйте рутину искусственному интеллекту в системе документолог AI. Формируйте задачи
Managed connectivity by IEC Telecom.
Құрметті қонақтар, орындарымызға жайғасып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов.
Testing.
Панелдік сессиямыздың тақырыбы шекарасыз роботтар, жаһандық инновациялар Қазақстанның
A robot without borders, global innovations, meet Kazakh ambitions.
Asılbek Murzahmetov, head of the STEM Foundation. Bayan Kongurbayev, vice chairman of the board of trustees of Alem AI. And our next speaker, he's a founder of Cosmic Brain AI, Chi Chu. Janat Kapasov, PhD in robotics. And our last speaker is PhD and Doctor of Engineering, Azamat Yismuhametov.
Sorry. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Digital Bridge 2025 here in Astana. Our session today is called Robots Without Borders, Global Innovation Meets Kazakhstan's Ambitions. And I am Asılbek Murzahmetov, founder and CEO of STEM Foundation, and I'm honored to moderate this conversation. Thank you. Kazakhstan has proven itself in robotics in our school, young engineers. They are now 3 times world champions. In last year in Athens, 2 years ago in Singapore, and before in Geneva, we were the best robotics team in the world championships. And today we are going to discuss how that success can grow into national robotics industry, and one that connects with the best global innovations. Let me introduce our speakers. Mr. Chi Chu, he's a founder of Cosmic Brain AI. He has a very big experience in Google. He has over 20 years at Google working on AI, and he worked with founders of Google, and he worked in robotics innovation. Now, Professor Janat Kapasov from Nazarbayev University, one of the toppest countries university. He has a laboratory and researches in tactile robotics, robots that can feel. And Dr. Azamat Yismuhametov, he is also from Nazarbayev University, who he works with exoskeletons, industrial inspection, and robots. And Mr. Bayan Konurbayev, he is a deputy, vice deputy of chairman Alem AI. He is former CDO of Almaty City and leading many of our digital transformation projects in our country. So I'd like to start, and I'd like to ask each for you a quick question in 1 minute. What does the future of robotics mean to you globally and for Kazakhstan?
So I'm going to do it first. Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. This is very specific, actually. When we're talking about AI, basically we're talking about software development. And software development by itself is a very narrow part which is not really coming to the physical world. Coming back to the last interview of Jensen Huang, which was represented by NVIDIA, the whole development of AI eventually will come to the physical AI. And physical AI is going to be represented by the robots or some part of the hardware which will be able to analyze and have a practical solutions for the like our physical demand and physical services. So coming back to my previous experience in Almaty city for the smart city, I think there is a huge implementation for it, especially not only like face-to-face communication with the citizens, but providing like basic solutions with the delivery services. It's not only for the drones, but something which will be able to use as a pilot versions for non-human factor, without human factor. And this is the first one. The second part, this is always related to the communication part. because the demand of the citizens in the certain part of areas is very specific. And this is another part, because robots sometimes can communicate much better than person will. First, robot doesn't have any emotions for the certain people, so it means that it's going to be non-biased. The second part, there is a strong logic inside, the strong logic for the processes. And the third part, I think this is really huge implementation. It has a huge implementation for the development of the geospatial data. Maria is sitting here. She is one of the best, probably, professionals working in geospatial data. I think she will be able to confirm that there is always a biased and problem solutions when you're getting the data on the field, and sometimes people, through the input of data, doing a lot of mistakes. And the robots, by the drones, by the other IoT sensors, will be able to provide very good and very basic solutions for the city maps. And this is something which we can use afterwards. So this is just 1 minute discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Bayan. And Mr. Chu, what's future of robots for you?
Future for robots for me is the adoption of humanoid or human-like robots into our lives. So whether that's in the workplace or in our homes, the human form is something that people will have a higher trust factor to. Instead of a machine, if the robot is appearing more like a human, the human will adopt the robot into their kind of close environment. Right now, there is a perception, probably a negative perception, of robots coming into our society because we don't really trust it. And so having a human form allows a better trust factor to kind of play in the role. The other thing that I wanted to share about my excitement for the future of robotics is generative and physical AI, which was previously mentioned. But more on the generative factor, I think many of you are familiar with Higgs field. It's a video AI generation startup with founders based in Central Asia. And they do a lot of video generation that you can actually apply that into physical AI so that you can generate environments, objects, scenarios, so that the robots can train in those generative modes without you having to recreate that in a lab or physically with objects yourself. So I think applying that into the robotics and physical space is really exciting for me. The other factor is, simulation. You can basically train robots in a very short amount of time through simulation instead of through years and years of doing manual task training. And so that's really exciting as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chi. Mr. Janat, what's your...
Hi. Hello, everyone. First, thank you very much for coming in this Saturday morning. We spend a lot of efforts to come here in the morning on weekend. So, first of all, you're welcome to visit our RoboZone made by Asselbeck and his amazing team. It's a lot of work. And Asselbeck mentioned that their team won some prize on the students competition. And the next would be to bring that closer with an industry. And when this industry and this students competition will become close together, I think it will be very beneficial for Kazakhstan. And talking about the future of AI, as my colleagues mentioned, that something amazing may happen. But let me tell you the history. Some time ago, maybe in 1980s, the robots, the mechanical parts, they were advanced, much more advanced than our computers. You remember, maybe you have seen from Japanese cartoons how some mechanical parts are moving. So in that era, the industrial revolution was a bit like in front of the computational power. Nowadays, it happened vice versa. We have computational power with NVIDIA and other video cards. I think they are from China, even like more powerful ones. we have this AI kind of, this computational power is more advanced now than the mechanical parts. And now in the future, I think we're still very far behind. If you will see those dogs jumping or running, it's all about some fine-tuning there. There is no real AI yet, maybe with some reinforcement learning. But when those mechanical structures will be like in that Terminator movie, when we will have some wires, flexible ones, stretchable ones, some sensors, stretchable or flexible, and they will be very robust, not break, then at that time we will see the real, the future of AI. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Azamat.
Okay, thank you for everyone for attendance. Asılbek, thank you for your session. So let me talk about like the future of robotics, and let me give like I also agree with Janat, and let's gonna give it like just kind of like a borderline between AI and software, AI and hardware, isn't it? So robotics, this is like AI and hardware. So okay. Last 20 years, like just as all of the governments and the companies, they spend so much billions of dollars, like just as investment only in AI, isn't it? AI and the softwares, like right now, AI in the far ahead. Unfortunately, in robotics, so we still use that actuators and the motors which was developed in last century. This is true, isn't it? So and also chips, isn't it? GPU and the CPU, what we're applying, this is still not sophisticated, isn't it? So, of course, somehow this is good because no Terminator rebellion will come to our life, isn't it? So, because it's impossible for them to move with current actuators. So right now, it's like most companies just they didn't invest so much money exactly for robot hardware. So if this kind of stuff started very good progress only in case of just as a conflict and the war. So if you see kind of just as what's technology is developing in such kind of a conflict and tension areas. Yeah, that's true. So, and my prediction is just as I think, according to the just as lines and the dots, if we're gonna connect all of the dots, so it will be high demand for AI and hardware. So right now, so what we have is still not sufficient for it. Two things which comes very great revolution. This is a power supply. This is first. Second is the motors and actuators, which will be very sufficient and will be absolutely replace our current humanoid robots. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Azamat. Yeah, and, I have questions for Mr. Bayan. Mr. Bayan have a huge experience in smart cities, and he turned technology in our everyday life in Almaty city especially. And in the near future, what the most realistic robotics innovations can be in the smart cities?
I think the part of it I just explained, but like in my opinion, let's say like in the next 5 to 10 years, I think there's going to be like a huge progress in the development of the robots, but this progress will be nothing to compare if you say let's next 50 years how it's going to be. And currently you can see that robots becoming the part of our lives, and it's not just like common life part. This is like it's humanoid robots. This is just like a fancy trendy stuff, but usability of it sometimes is not really obvious. But in the next 50 years, I think it will be okay, especially for our children, to see the robots in their everyday life, doing coffee, meeting with people on behalf of city halls, and trying to resolve some kind of very primitive physical work, especially which is related to the road construction and etc. And I think like a lot of people really thinking that the robots are only humanoid solutions. It's not like this. Robots are the things which are doing something on the factory, assembles, doing like totally different solutions which could save not only people's life but make it more efficient. And in my opinion, for the smart city implementation afterwards, like in the next 50 years, I will emphasize it, it's not like 10 years stuff, but it's not like the same stuff what we've been going to expect in next 500 years. In my opinion, especially with Mr. Sure, responsible for it, pretty sure that the whole development of the robots in the next 50 years will be totally different. The second part, which is just been mentioned by the colleagues from Nazarbayev University, is that the mechanical part of the robots is developing really fast, like totally fast. Like 5 years ago, it was on totally different level. So probably we are going to face totally different future. And for us, as for the government representative, that is going to be not only the challenge of how you're going to manage it, but how you're going to manage the people who will not be able to do the work they've been accustomed to do. Because the robots, with their logical processing, will be able to do the physical stuff which really not too educated people will be able to do. And this is another challenge for the government. Because as far as we see, is like you see Boston Dynamics, this dog robot, right? Like 10 years ago, it was like, how much? The price was more than $200,000 for the 111, yeah, for the first concept. Now you can buy this stuff for $8,000, and it can do like totally the same stuff. And you can even like through the open source code, you can make it totally made it by Hasselbeck, only for Hasselbeck. You see? So the decreasing price and decreasing cost for this robot will attract totally different applications for it. So from the government perspective, this is something which we need to think now with the regulations, with the methodology, and with some kind of creation part. The third part, which is another very important part which we will challenge, especially in the smart cities, this is like facing and discussing some kind of personal issues. When people giving you data, ID numbers, personal name, and etc. And now robots basically they're operating by the cloud computing systems which are not currently like located here in Kazakhstan. We see that the robots and humanoids which are coming here to Kazakhstan are not focused on the cloud computing part. So the whole data, including the personal data, because a robot can record all the video. And all this video, like inside your house, all this video meeting with personal citizen stuff, is not living in Kazakhstan. It's going to United States, going to China, and etc. So for us, this is another big challenge, how we're going to manage this cloud computing services here on the market. So the robots from one side will be able to be used here. The second part, this data coming with the video streaming and analyzing system with IoT stuff will not be used against Kazakhstan citizens. So this is like a huge challenge. But definitely the whole attraction of the robots is really have strong expectations for us.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Bayan. Yeah. A lot of challenges for government and policy and regulations, and for growing robotics faster and safely. In your opinion, what should government make in regulations for growth of robots?
First, there is a cloud computing part, there is the edge computing part, and there is some level of processors which you're using on the level of the robots by itself. For example, this amazing humanoid robots which you will be able to see on the first floor. In my opinion, we need to spend a lot of time and efforts in order to build a really good cloud computing infrastructure here in Kazakhstan. So as I said, the detailed information which your robot will be able to see at home, like a dog robot, small, like this Luna robot, facing your children, playing with that. These data definitely should not go directly to different countries. This is very specific because robots are everywhere. And as I said, it's not only humanoid robots, fancy one. It's just everything which will be able to record and do some mechanical part. So this is a big challenge. In my opinion, we need to spend a lot of time in building the regulation part. Business by itself will not come to the cloud computing part, investing a lot of money here in Kazakhstan. Not only Unitree or Agibots or something, some other robots, not even KUKA. So it means that there should be regulations. Okay, if you want to work here in Kazakhstan, you need to spend some time and help us to build this cloud computing infrastructure. The second part is related to methodology. We need to have a strong limitations to the implementation of the robots. Because as I said, if the robots will come with totally different physical solutions for physical jobs, it means that it will steal jobs from the people who are like under that kind of social risk for the government. We don't really need that kind of, I don't know, have you heard about like Ludist revolution in England? Yeah, when during the first industrial revolution, there was a lot of people who were destroying the machines. I'm pretty sure that like in the next 30 to 40 years, probably we'll be able to face something like this.
Especially for humanoids.
Especially for humanoids, like people will destroy it. And this is another point for the government. We need to start this change management communication now, to tell people that there is nothing to be aware of, that you need to support that, and actually there is something good for it. But from another side, we need to have limitations. Robots are not for everything. Robots are for something which you will be able to face for the safety reasons, like uranium production. We're building these nuclear stations, power nuclear stations. So probably there it will be really good and convenient to use them, but not for everything. And this is something we need to balance that. And I'm pretty sure that by ourselves we'll not be able to develop it. It's like first, technical institutions need to come, research and development centers, community with associations, and of course, companies which are involved in the development of these robots. So this is like a 4-square table where we'll be able to have like open discussion with open results and really good methodology and regulations for the country level.
Thank you, Mr. Bayan. Mr.
I have a question, just to make this more fun conversation. So you mentioned that kind of revolution in England, in Europe, and people were kind of scared and then they would break. But I had one visit from Toshio Fukuda was president of IEEE, and he told me, you know that everyone, maybe everyone in this room are already cyborgs. Do you know why? Why we can be considered as cyborgs? Because maybe most of you and myself, I have the inserts, plomby. You know, our teeth became stronger thanks to this medical insert, right? So we are already not human beings. We are better version of human beings, so we can could be considered as cyborgs. I have a rather difficult question to you, since you are representing government. I studied in Europe, and I protect my, let's say, digital steps everywhere carefully. I don't want to distribute my data everywhere. And in Europe, they have very strong regulations on AI. In United States, vice versa. They didn't have this regulation, and they had very, let's say, faster jump in this AI, much faster than in Europe. So what do you think, how Kazakhstan should go? Should it regulate this AI or should not? Should we have such kind of big jump as in the US, or should we protect our AI, let's say, data privacy and like do?
Thank you very much for this question. Like, I have two really existing results. It's like reference centers, right? The first is Germany, which is supposed to be one of the most technically developed nations in the last 10 years. And Japan. So if you'll go to Japan, you'll be able to see that actually not too many people are using the smartphones. They're very conservative in this technological development. In Germany, almost the same. You'll go to the bus, not too much technical development there. Of course, the cars are really good, but people are using very simple ways of communication. And there is a lot of restrictions for it. So in my opinion, this is supposed to be a balance. Of course, you don't need to go with that kind of certain GDPR rules, which is working in Europe, but still you need to balance it from the beginning. United States is different as well, because if you'll go to California state, it's very open. But if you'll go to West Virginia or Texas, this is totally different stuff. It's like everything is closed, you will not be able, it's forbidden to take a picture of other people because you can have a really big penalty for that. So in my understanding, this is something we need to be aware of. We need to have that kind of certain balance in this development. And definitely we need to finance, we need to invest, and we need to support this industry. Without this, as a humanity, as a nation here in Kazakhstan, we will not have too much opportunity to develop itself. Because, okay, if Kazakhstan, where as you said, like, oh, Europe is not developing, it doesn't mean that the whole world is not developing. Everybody's, look at the China. Well, Chinese development now is totally different. Robots are first place for Chinese manufacturing part.
Okay, let's gonna talk about robotics maybe.
Thank you, Mr. Ranat, Mr. Bayan. And Mr. Chi, you have your startup, Cosmic Brain. You told me that it's like App Store for iPhone, but for robots, for humanoid robots. And we talked about a lot of robotics, a lot of technologies, and especially humanoid. You've seen humanoid robots boxing, and a lot of applications in world researchers making for that humanoid robots, and how countries like Kazakhstan can connect to this global robotics ecosystem and be a part of making these applications.
Yeah, so I think a lot of the discussion just now is about trust and regulation, but there's also a side of application for use of robots that's really helpful in developed countries around the world. And what we're building is a platform to teach robots new skills. And so there's certain industries, especially in Kazakhstan, for example, in mining, energy, and even agriculture, there are really dangerous, dirty, and dull jobs that people probably don't want to do or work on because it's going to harm them. And those are the opportunities where robots can actually assist in those environments to perform those work. And traditionally, people have been doing those work, but they're harming themselves or harming their family because of things they bring back from the work site. Robots can actually perform those remotely and in this very safe environment. So what we're trying to promote with our technology is the ability for industries who are currently working, using dangerous, dirty jobs and transferring those skills to robots so that they can actually perform those skills instead of the human putting in the humans in danger. So similar to apps in the App Store, you can actually train robots new skills. Now, there's also applications that's not in the dangerous, dirty industries, like if you need assistance in your home or taking care of your elders, but you're not able to, and it's hard to find people that consistently help. You can actually train robots using skills that you have to have them perform those skills. So I think the opportunity to transfer human skills to robots could actually increase productivity for the country, regardless which country you are in. And I think that's what we're trying to open up as well.
And what's, in your opinion, the main challenges to bring these skilled robots into our markets, our new markets?
Yeah, I think part of it is we need government to sponsor or support these efforts. I think Kazakhstan is has a progressive stance in supporting AI, as well as innovation in digital, as well as aerospace. I think this is really inspiring for a lot of startups out there that actually want to contribute to that. So Kazakhstan, I think, could actually open up a playground, for example, to welcome startups to help solve some of the problems here that industries are challenged with. So I'll take mining as an example. Mining and agriculture are two major industries in Kazakhstan. But working in the mines, you could expose people to harm, dangerous radioactive gases, environments that is not suitable for people. But you could actually deploy a robot to do those things in those dangerous environments. Similarly, agriculture, we think about clothes that we're wearing, the cotton that's processed here. Even processing cotton, which seems to be pretty safe product, but the processing, the people who are actually in the processing, they can actually inhale the cotton in their lungs and cause disease. And so even those type of things, you could apply robots to help. So I think having the government kind of sponsor programs where they can allow some of the industries here to basically say, hey, we have this challenge or problem that we would like robots or even physical AI to help solve. This could actually help attract startups that have innovative ideas and development to come here, because this is such a progressive country to welcome that. So I think that's one area. The other area is, you know, we talked about investment from a monetary perspective, but I think people often forget we can also invest in education to next generation. And so I really admire the fact that Kazakhstan produces the top kids who are actually working in robot competitions that are performing very well. And they're very passionate about building these robots and doing competitions. They're competing and placing in worldwide competitions, being the top place. What if we can expand that further, and instead of just building competitions, but allowing them to also learn physical AI, the new innovations that are coming out. I mean, kids are already being exposed to AI today, but basically packaging that in the courses so that they can actually develop physical AI for the next generation. So investing in the kids, the next generation, to allow that to happen. We were talking about Japan earlier, and I gave a different talk before about how in the world there is a mistrust in robots today. We talked about Terminator. We talked about, you know, how do we control it so it doesn't deceive or go against us and humans or the people or the citizens. There's a lot of negative connotations to robots. And a lot of that is to do with culture, right? We see movies, shows, cartoons. Anything you think about robots today, they are violent. They are battling each other. They have guns. That's how the kids, as we grew up, have been kind of conditioned on robots. So I think the certain generations have a mistrust because we think robots is going to kill us or come against us. But if you look at Japan, for example, they actually have a different way of showing robots in their culture. So they not only just robots, Gundam doing battles, but they also have a different perspective where robots are actually support robots, like Doraemon. I don't know if you know Doraemon, but very friendly, you know, a support robot that kids can actually work with. There's also, anyways, there's aspects of that where Japan actually has a higher adoption of robots than other countries that I know of because of the cultural aspect. So I think here, if there is a promotion of not just education, but also culture of accepting robots at a younger generation, that will help provide a smooth transition to adopting robots into the future. Because I think a certain demographics is going to have that mistrust. But if we're thinking about 5 or 10 years down the road when the kids are adults, we want them to be able to trust robots and develop robots And so we need to also work on the culture of making sure we're educating the kids to accept robots into our society.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. I think, yeah, for our kids, life with robots it will be much easier than for us, because they live cartoons, movies, everything about robots now. I think it will be much easier. And Mr. Professor Kopasov giving robots something we all humans have for granted. Professor Kopasov laboratory makes robots sense.
Yeah.
And,
tactile sensors.
Yeah, tactile sensors. And why, in your opinion, why tactile sensing is so important for robots?
Yeah, I will try to be short.
Yeah.
She mentioned that their platform allows robots to teach and be used in in hazardous environments, in maybe mineral extraction or maybe agriculture, and everywhere their manipulation is needed. But if we want to bring their human skills, human-like skills, we need dexterous manipulation. For dexterous manipulation, let's look at the example when you try to open some door, key lock, here in Astana when it's -40. Yeah? Your fingers are totally numb. You don't feel, you don't have feedback. Then you look at the door, key lock, try to open, and you open it quite slow, right? Vice versa, if you close your eyes, and for example, you are somewhere in, I was giving some talk in Kaust, in King Abdullah University, there in Jeddah, in Saudi Arabia. It's very warm. Our fingers are not numb. We blindly can do manipulation very fast. So tactile feedback is very important. Without this, we cannot be dexterous, we cannot be fast. So for this, we are working on making different kind of tactile sensors to be attached on different robots, not only robot hand. Yes, we have different robot hands. I myself was working in robot hands since 2013. And nowadays, there are still no good robot hands, and there are still no good tactile sensors. And when we will reach that point, yes, I'm sure that such kind of systems could be used in these mineral or real industrial applications. In order, then we will have a human hand in industry. And we have some fun project name. We call it AI Gripper. I hope it will happen soon. As like in Adam's Family, you have seen maybe the hand moving around, right? They call it the thing. It's the thing, wish. So when we will make such kind of AI gripper, I think we can just plug and play such kind of thing to any application, including agriculture and mining, etc. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Kapas. And the question for Mr. Azamat. Dr. Azamat, you worked with robots like exoskeletons, inspection robots. In your opinion, what has greater short-term potential for Kazakhstan in 5 years? It must.
Okay.
It's inspection robots or exoskeletons. What's?
Yeah. This is great questions. Not only exoskeletons. So we did it like a medtech robots, medtech technology. So both areas is very important for Kazakhstan, especially kind of inspection. So inspection and the maintenance of your infrastructure, this is a critical and a vital, isn't it? You cannot plan your life or just your work if you're not sure and if you don't have any reliability on your tomorrow's just plans in the infrastructure where you live in. So this is very important. So that's why in Kazakhstan, right now Kazakhstan is just vast majority of our income, it comes from the oil and gas. So what me and my team, we are doing is we are preparing kind of AI driven mobile robot. So we are sending, this is inside of the pipe. We detect any defects and the garbage inside of it, and also any cracks or any defects. So based on this detection, so we're gonna sending the second robot. The second robot is first is inspection, second is the maintenance. We do kind of a remote inside, so we do kind of repayment work inside, kind of a welding, debris cleaning, this kind of stuff. So yeah, this is very true. So and sometimes like I'm joking that we are like a sergek, but inside of the pipe, isn't it? So next thing is like just medical robots, like what we are applying. So this area is pretty tough and it demands like so much investment. One of the main difficult part of this area, so you must hire some medical staff expert with a medical kind of competency. So when you're developing, isn't it, this area, isn't it? So, and you are building all of the AI on the competency and the knowledge of the one doctor, isn't it? So the question is like, do you trust the knowledge and the competency of that doctor? So this is very tricky stuff, isn't it? So that's why right now it's like this area, it must be demand like an involvement of like so many experts exactly in the field of medicine. It's like doctors. So, and the top doctors must give you kind of like just evaluation and the ground truth validation. This is very important actually. Based on that, like if the data is a very kind of like a promising and a trustable, isn't it? So reliable. Only in that case you can build kind of like an AI network and you can drive your robot. So yeah, of course, like both areas good, but for short term is only inspection. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, can I add something? Yeah. The certain point with like qualifications related to the humanity, it's coming with universities. Universities become like some part of quality assurance certification centers. So for example, why do I believe to this doctor? Because this doctor got this diploma coming from one university. So I think, okay, this is some kind of standard of basic understanding, basic language, basic knowledge. So he has this right to heal me, to provide this medical health. From the robot's point of view, because there is no regulations, it's really hard to understand, does this robot has this
diploma?
Yeah, diploma or certification to make some kind of decision support making processes in my life. This is something which we need to work on, especially from the university.
Okay, this is a very great talk actually. We had this kind of like a case. We built a network, neural network. It's like just very good. It does work. But another doctor is like, it was asking for, it's like, who did it? Like I said, that one. He said like, no, he's not good enough. So this happens, isn't it? So unfortunately in the surgery and this is like an orthopedic and rehabilitation area, this is kind of like this is truth, guys. This area is a mafia, isn't it? One doctor do not like accept and it's like just another doctor. This is truth. This is what happened. And of course, like and one of the good thing of this area. So if you build kind of like on the knowledge, on the just like a competency of like 10 doctors, that means like you're gonna equalize competency and kind of like a medical quality of like a city and a village. You can use the same system and they get so high quality kind of like a medical check. Okay.
And for medical robots, we already have medical robots in industry. I had -8. My eyes was -8, and there is a robot. It's all robots that makes that eye surgery, laser graving.
Yeah, but it's not autonomous robots. It's you can use a robot, but there is always a person behind that.
Yeah.
And another problem with the physical eye is like when you're giving this decision-making right to the robot. So it means that there is no person now, no doctor behind it. It's just like a robot by itself will be able to make some kind of confirmation of how it's going to be. And this is another risk because you need to have the kind of accreditation of these robots. But I'm pretty sure that we're developing these new neural networks and etc. CNN, like recurrent neural networks. But this is something like which could be considered as a challenge as well. And coming back to response of Mr. Chu, this is very specific. But from the government level, if you have a robots doing some kind of, for example, coal miners part, the level of education of these people who are doing this is very specific because it's very physical process. But for example, in Kazakhstan, we have the cities where 100,000 people are working in these miners. So it means like if this mining will be closed, it means that the robots will come. how this 100,000 people shall proceed with their own life, because government will not be able to pay just social feed for them. This is something I'm not really sure. I don't have the answer. I just think that this is something we can discuss with associations, with everybody. Because definitely when you see, like for example, industrial revolution, when it's coming, it's really good, it's very fancy, it's very trendy, everybody is focusing on it, but just look at it, how many tragedies did we see from it? The problem with 1929, American Depression part, when the new economical part was starting, it was a huge influence on the simple labor in the United States. Yeah. So like a lot of tragedies in the families when they don't have money to live. This is something definitely we will face. I'm pretty sure we will face with this.
Very hard questions, sir. And let's take some questions, 1-2 questions from audience. If you have some questions, yeah, I see. Говорите. Микрофон, можете вот так встать и сказать.
As an entrepreneurs and as a researchers, we know that the transformers, NVIDIA, CUDA technology, that's all scale this AI to the next level. And what as a new generation of researchers and startup entrepreneurs we should focus on in robotics to have this kind of maximum impact and have to get like successful and to reach this new physical state of AI. We know that there are physical intelligence company that is doing VLMs, action generations, etc. And what's your thought on this? And overall, what we should concentrate our attention or focus to succeed in this robotic sphere in the future? Thank you.
For who is this question?
To all of them.
Okay, I can try then first. So I cannot recommend much better than CEO of NVIDIA or the CEO of Meta said, and we need to study math and physics. I can tell you example why. Like in 18th century, machine guns came to Japan. There, I had the training there in Japan. So when the guns came there, those guys they understood that they need to make institution of math and physics in order to be able to create such kind of machines themselves. And then after a few centuries, yeah, they became, let's say, world-leading guys in this technology. So, and here now, when we talk about this AI, and in order to be successful in the future for startups, etc., those guys, the big CEO guys, they said that you should have a good understanding of your product. In order to have a good understanding of your product, you should know the fundamental things as physics and math. And my friends are working in startup in US, quite successful ones. Now he told me that using this Devin AI and other AI tools, that product managers, they're trying new features on their applications by themselves. No senior managers, these software developers are involved. They just verify at the end. But later, those product managers, they would try these features by themselves and deploy on the prod themselves. But who can do it? And only those who understand the fundamental things and have the general knowledge.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, and we can make one more question. Yeah. Microphone.
Қазақша айтып жібердім ғой? Орысша айтайын.
Thank you so much. This was a very interesting discussion. So when robots are useful, we are happy to see them. But what if AI will turn against us? There will be a big threat. So we are afraid of AI taking over in bad hands? Let me respond to that. That's a good question. You saw robots on the first floor who fight against each other. But if robots are disobedient, if robots turn against us, but by the way, robots cannot exist without humans. Robots don't have emotions. Robots won't steal money. Robots won't damage a pavement. The robots being used now they are based on technology that has been paid by humans and motorized by humans. Now, in this industry, we're seeing an imbalance. And we don't have innovative robots yet. If we have robots in the future that look like Terminators, then we need big money. But we are far away from that. Thank you.
Robots should have a lot of borders, a lot of borders. So time's up. So thank you. Let's applaud our speakers. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия аздаған уақыттан соң басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начнется через несколько минут.
Больше никаких потерянных деталей, все структурировано и готово к работе сразу после встречи. Документолог AI – умные решения для вашего бизнеса. Ускорьте бизнес. Делегируйте рутину искусственному интеллекту в системе документолог AI. Формируйте задачи исходящего документа автоматически с помощью и-ассистента.
Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға отырып, ұялы телефонның даусын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode.
Вы говорите голосом. Искусственный интеллект слышит и понимает.
Найди мне информацию по клиенту клиент 8.
Он анализирует тысячи документов и выдает готовый ответ. Быстро, точно, для принятия решения. Больше не нужно тратить время на шаблоны и тексты. Искусственный интеллект сам формирует письмо с нужными условиями.
Подготовь проект письма с согласием на скидку, но размер скидки 10% или 30%, если долгосрочный контракт на 3 года. Окей, отправь это клиенту.
Вы только утверждаете готовый вариант. Искусственный интеллект управляет вашим календарем.
Құрметті қонақтар, орындарыңызға отыруды сұраймыз. Келесі панельдік сессия аздаған уақыттан соң басталады.
Планирование никогда не было таким простым.
Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode.
Hello, everyone. While we are letting all the participants to come and to take the seats, I would like to start this discussion. And I will say that this topic for today, the AI and cities, is, let's say, at the border already. We are on the edge. And we feel like the conversation today will be something exceptional, because I am surrounded by experts who bring their knowledge and experience, and I'm happy to introduce them. First of all, my name is Indira Makhmetova. I'm founder of Archika Congresses, the international events we run since 11 years, who bring architecture, master planning of the cities, and business together. And I'm glad to introduce Mr. Bashar Tarabai, Scientific Project Manager at Econem, working at the crossroads of digital heritage, technology, and urban memory. Mr. Riccardo Marini, partner at Urban Living and director of placemaking, a passionate advocate for human-centered cities and the social value of design. We are happy to introduce independent artist Dr. Stanza, whose work explores data, surveillance, and the emotional texture of smart cities. Ms. Juldis Solibekova, Director of Almaty Air Initiative, leading efforts to make urban environments more sustainable and livable through environmental innovation. Okay. The structure of today's discussion will be like, we are having 5 essential and important questions, and we're gonna ask our speakers to answer them in the order which they prefer. So, afterwards we will have like 15 minutes to discuss and for Q&A. Let's say some cities have always been a reflection. Some of them are a reflection of one will, one political will. Some of them are a reflection of who we are altogether. Our intelligence, our ambitions, our values, and today the artificial intelligence become the part of the reflection. How is artificial intelligence already transforming city management and the quality of urban life? I would like to ask the question to Ms. Juldis.
Okay, Good morning, everyone. So if you're here on Saturday morning, so let's just have a round of applause yourself. Yes, my name is Yildiz, and I'm CEO of Almaty Air Initiative. This is the organization that battles air pollution in Almaty, the biggest city in Kazakhstan. And Arsen Tomsky told about this initiative yesterday. So I think that it's a very important conversation how generative nation can use this advantage of AI. So just a question to wake you up. So what GPT stands for? Anyone from the audience? Just quickly. So generative pre-trained transformer, yeah? Okay, anyways. So when we talk about AI and cities, so just like human brain controls and connects the body, AI basically connects every part of a smart city. So allowing to do smart cities, three things. First, see. Second, think. And third, act. So see, think, act, three things. So the smart city sees through thousands of devices, cameras, sensors, machines, and other sensor-equipped objects. Secondly, it can think, right? So through powerful analytics and predictions. And finally, it can act through automated systems that provide response in real time. So basically, smart cities is a city that uses data and technology to make our everyday life better. So it's less congestion, less traffic, cleaner air, improved safety of the residents, using resources wisely, water efficiently, energy efficiently, and making public resources efficient and available when we need them. So that's the idea of smart cities. So, but to be honest, the idea of smart cities came before the boom of AI, actually in the 80s. But with the recent rise of AI, those early visions can become reality. So I had the degree in machine learning and data mining back in 2012, and we built these machine learning techniques back then. And some smart cities already have been using some techniques like computer vision on streets through cameras. So this is some of the application of AI. And so basically what we can do is AI can transform cities through providing better, so if it's a brain of if AI is the brain of the city, then what is its body? Those objects, right? So it used to be IoT, Internet of Things. We call those connected devices IoT. But now it's not IoT, not Internet of Things, it's AIoT, Artificial Intelligence of Things. So what is the difference? IoT just connects devices and makes them follow simple rules, like smart lighting. You walk through and just light is on and then off, right? But with the smart cities, in the era of AI, it's smart traffic lighting, like in Barcelona or Shenzhen. So basically, those traffic lights do not follow rules. They react in real time based on data on the streets. So the system looks like, okay, how many cars we have, how many pedestrians we have, what's going on, maybe something happening in the city. So data comes not just from those objects and devices and sensors and cameras. It also comes from social media, from human input, from schools, and other things. So that's the power of AI in smart cities. So and by the way, it's not just AI. Blockchain is another emerging technology that can be used in smart cities, not just in crypto, right? So Shenzhen is showing that it is using blockchain for trading, energy trading for electric vehicles. So that's another application. So basically, to summarize, what do we use AI for in terms of smart cities? So first, as I said, AI is strong in predicting things because it can learn from data, predict, and provide valuable insights. So in cities, we can predict from safety perspective, for example, we can predict some terroristic attack based on sensors, data, cameras, social media, and since machines are strong and detecting some hidden patterns, so that's one benefit. Another thing is just example in Almaty. So a couple of weeks ago, we had a major fire in landfill in Almaty. It lasted for 7 days. Can you imagine those tons and tons of waste and plastic were burning for 7 days, releasing tons and tons of toxic emissions? So that could be prevented if we had sensors that could detect earlier. So, and the city wouldn't just suffer for 7 days. That's another thing. The second, it's what we do. So improving health of the city. So let's say if it's air pollution, so Almaty is one of the polluted cities in the world. So our PM 2.5 levels exceed WHO's guidelines by 5-6 times, and sometimes it's 15-20 times during winter. So we built this vast majority of networks, as I say, this body, right? So smart city needs brain and body. So we installed 200 sensors, air quality sensors, including schools, 64 schools, and other objects like hospitals, kindergartens, and other. And we built dashboard which can analyze real-time what's going on in weather. And now we're working on predictive analytics, combining weather data. So for example, the wind direction, the humidity, the temperature, everything. So we built, by the way, and I'm not just being kind of, saying this, showing off, but we built really the best platform for air quality monitoring in the world. You can check it out. So we also added some pollen monitoring. So we can detect this pollen because we know that 20-30% of Almaty residents are allergic. So they suffer in September. They sneeze, they cannot breathe. It's horrible. It's horrible condition. And people have no idea what is going on, like what's going on. Why am I sneezing? Why I cannot breathe? So we detected through this AI. So this technology can actually detect airborne real time. So it used to be that those labs take the sample and analyze and then say, oh, okay, we have this level of pollen. Now we can do it online. So we are testing the model. We're now training the model, and hopefully we'll have more data next year. So that's another application. So as I said, this is for quality. Another thing is, in Almaty, so if you've been in Almaty, you know that apart from air quality, another problem in Almaty is traffic. It's horrible sometimes. I mean, traffic jams is something that, and it's connected to air quality, right? Air pollution. So we could use those smart systems, as I said, like in Barcelona and Shenzhen. And by the way, Shenzhen is the only city in the world that 100% converted to electric vehicles, starting from public transport, and it's efficient, and it's AI powered, and it's driverless, right? So I think that could be a great example for application because so we could move faster, we can move safer. And this third application of AI, as I said, safety. So New York and Shenzhen and other countries use this data to protect from accidents and incidents happening, right? As I said, terroristic attack or infrastructure or leaks or something that should be predicted in advance. Also, it's using resources wisely, water, energy, and waste management. So another good example is Amsterdam, which uses through AI systems the information regarding the energy use. So it analyzes how much people are using the energy, what is the weather like, maybe something is happening. So it can, be more, it could be smarter. So in Kazakhstan, unfortunately, we have -40 outside and it's like +30 inside. So we open the windows. So it's a waste. Actually, it's waste. Why not to cut it? Why not use these technologies, right? So AI and technology should serve for making our life better, not the other way around, right? And also it's waste. So like in Singapore, they have smart bins which have sensors, and they can signal that, okay, so now it's time to collect the trash. Or maybe they analyze how much. So you don't have these bins that, they are full, or maybe you have some event here, like football, and it's all trash all around. So it all could be incorporated in smart city management. And AI here is the tool. And some people say like, okay, so it's AI, it's great. And by the way, I'm from IT industry myself.
I'm sorry, Jules.
Yeah?
There are four people
sorry.
more.
Yeah. So I'm
Yeah.
wrapping up. Yeah. So AI and smart cities is for making our lives better. So we should leverage this technology. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your opinion. it's very important because what Judith and her team is doing is it's so applicable, and it's already changing how cities move, how cities behave in terms of energy and safety. But I would like also to point out that beyond the technology, there is a more important question: how can AI help us build cities that are not only smarter but more human, more balanced, and more inclusive? And I would like to give the word to Mr. Riccardo Marini.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I have an issue with all of this. I got involved with smart cities in 2008 when I was invited to take part of a study unit for the European Union. And it took me probably 3 months to work out why I was in a room with people with PhDs in quantum mechanics, people sponsored by Microsoft and Intel. And I would go to these meetings going, you're all mad. And that was the point. I was the human element. I was the guy that said, the emperor is naked. You're going down this rabbit hole thinking that this is going to make life better. Now, I think it's fascinating what has just been said. I choose to live in Almaty. The biggest issue I have with Almaty is air quality. And air quality and traffic are not linked. They are the same thing. Now, you mentioned Barcelona, fantastic. Another really important thing, Mayor of Barcelona, I can't remember her name, made sure that city data belonged to the citizens. Data is money. And she made a very good decision, I think, because it was democratic. The data that's generated by the citizens should be invested back in citizens. Unfortunately, in other parts of the world, Kazakhstan included, and I know this because I work with various mayors in the city of Almaty, they have a company that collects data that sells the data back to the city. Therefore, it's not smart. It's a very, very stupid system. Now, in Almaty works well is security. They have so many cameras, so much facial recognition. If you go across pedestrian crossing, you get a fine. I keep saying to them, when are you going to implement proper smart city that makes citizens happy, as in manages traffic? That's the easiest thing you could do to improve the life of the people in the city. And they go to China, they go to Europe, they go and do all of these visits, and it's not happening. I've been working in Almaty since 2014 saying the same thing. You need to put smart traffic lights along Al-Farabi, because unless you do that, it's a hellhole. I walk along Al-Farabi when I go to work, so that's my rant. I have a serious issue with this notion that artificial intelligence is good, but it's dumb. We're the clever people, right? And we need to really be careful of what we do. When I worked in Copenhagen, the city invested billions of euros in becoming a smart city. They gave the key to the city to a Japanese company that controlled everything. Now, I don't work there anymore, so I don't know how that story's gone. I mean, Copenhagen's doing really, really well in smart traffic management, air quality and everything, but at the beginning there was a mistake. They relied on one entity. Now, we all use smart technology, and to one extent you could say this makes your life hell, because we are addicted to these things. I don't have this in my bedroom at night. I tend to switch it off and leave it somewhere else. I see too many people. I go to a really nice spa in Almaty, and it drives me nuts that I sit in a sauna and there's a guy listening to some bullshit thing on a phone. We're addicted to this technology. It can make our lives better, but it can make our lives seriously bad, and we need to be very careful with it. Now, to me it's very simple. Why smart and not happy? Cities should be happy. To be happy, you need to have a smart route to get there. Now, if the technology and the sensors and everything you have does not deliver smiles on people's faces on the street, you're doing something wrong. Designing cities, AI in architecture and urbanism can be a good tool, but it's the same kind of thing. You need to be able to understand and interrogate what is being given to you. I've started to teach, I've taught in Europe, in Italy, in the UK. And I stopped teaching in the UK about 4 years ago. And the last sessions I did, I could start to detect that AI was being used in text and in drawn form. And I would always caution students saying, I don't care how you do it, but you need to be owner of it. I have a unit in a university in Almaty. Don't ask me what it's called because I can't remember. And 2 young ladies were giving me a presentation. And they were brilliant because it said, we asked the AI to take this image and tell us what was wrong with it. And I was tempted to be rude, and I said, right, tell me. And I said, so they just described to me what the image was. I said, but you've not taken responsibility of what that's done, and it's done certain things wrong. And you have not learnt enough to know that there are certain things wrong there. And that's one of the issues, whether it is, a language program or an image program, unless you have the skills, you have the awareness that it might be giving you hallucinations and bullshit, you don't know. And you will look like an absolute idiot. And I say this to my architects in my office who rely on ArchiCAD and some other wonderful piece of equipment, who present to me stuff and said, who designed that? Because it doesn't look like you designed it. And if you can't explain to me why that is like that, I'm not interested. And it's not whether it's beautiful or not. And beauty is really, really important. The critical factor for reasonable time from now is us, because we have emotions, we have perceptions, which AI maybe eventually will have. Do we then give it rights once it gets to that point? I don't know, right? There's this big debate. When is something sentient? My cruise control in my car is sentient. I'm not going to give it rights. But the situation, there's people here that probably know more about it than me, is very, very complex. But it's not a magic one solution to all our problems. We are the solution to our problems. We need to demand more. And things like air quality, there should be a natural human right, because it's making our children, my grandchildren, sick. Their brain development's impaired by it. We should be dealing with that with the utmost urgency. But yeah, great tools.
Thank you. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to listen to you, Ricardo, and your opposition to some popular topics. It returns us towards our human centered, to our heart. And actually, we are talking about the building of the cities. We are building cities, and there is a news that Tehran is going to move, that the capital of Iran is going to be built in some other place, and we are going to face some climate circumstances in a very short future, which will move cities, and what will happen to what will remain after us. There are some specific topics. I would like also to ask Bashar to join our discussion. How to digitalize and how to manage the heritage of our cities, not to lose our cities. This is also the discussion in Almaty, in Bukhara, in Tashkent, everywhere.
Thank you very much for your question. So my name is Bashar Tarabai. I'm an architect restorer and head of scientific projects at ICONM. And ICONM is as our moderator said, ICONM is a company that works on protecting and digitizing endangered heritage around the world. And what we see, the danger is wide. And what we do is we work with so many data sets. So the thing is, I'm going to complete what everyone is saying. At first, when I heard about the title of the talk, I felt like I'm going to be an extraterrestrial talking about cultural heritage and history. But in reality, you can't build the future if you don't have the understanding of the past, as my colleague said yesterday. And the thing is that we have way more dangers than we think. So what we do is we go there, we start by scanning, but scanning is very material, it's not complete. So what we do is we also go there and meet the people to see what are their needs, what are their fears, and what are their memories, their history. The more we understand the city and its inhabitants, the more we can project for a better future. And I want to talk a lot of climate change because that's something that we're getting into, and that's how we're using AI. So we're working on satellite imagery and other data sets. So AI is helping us manage this huge quantity of data sets in order to monitor. I'm going to give an example of some cities like Gadames in Libya that is being emptied because of climate change. And there's another satellite city that's being built around it. So AI can help us, and intelligent cities and all this data set could help guide us in order to preserve our past, to keep these cities alive in a way or another, and to move forward by building new cities and enhancing them, but based on our soul, based on the human. Let the human take the main decisions in whether the AI solutions are right or wrong. Because AI is it's very technological. It's a binary code, and soon it's going to be quantum coding. And the thing is that we need to protect what the older generations gave us, and back then we didn't have AI, and yet people were happy. And we have a lot of stories that have been told all around the cities. We've worked in around 40 countries and more than 100 cities in order to better understand what generated this heritage, and this is what gives the soul to a place, the memory and the identity. One of the fears that I have is AI making us lose the identity of each place, each city. And the thing is, we are at a crucial point where we need to guide this AI to respect the heritage and to help us preserve it in a way to help the people preserve their identity and be aware of what they are doing, what they are taking actions in, and how to move forward with AI. Because without our cultural heritage, we're just going to have cities, random cities all over the planet that resembles themselves. Of course, they're going to be analyzed with the geographical aspect and so on. But I don't think that that's what people want. They want the identity is what makes us human. It's what connects us, and it helps us share our stories and create even wider connection. And I'm so happy to be in Kazakhstan to discover this part of the world that I haven't had the chance to visit. And I'm surely going to go back here very soon. And yesterday I was at the museum, and we were talking about the history and how we can integrate technology and AI in order to enhance the storytelling and in order for people to understand what was, in order to build what will. That's my vision on things.
Thank you so much, Bashar. It's a big inspiration. It's a big inspiration, and I wanted to say thank you because it's the cultural heritage and the identity, our own identity, and the identity of our cities is very important, because people now, they're traveling, they experience 5-star hotels, 4-star hotels, chain, and you come to another country and you cannot understand. Are you in Hong Kong, or you're in Astana, or you're in Tashkent, or in Paris? And what makes our life different is art and culture. And it's very important to focus on it. And the crossroads of our heritage, of the culture, of course, the physical parameters of our cities, of the air clearance and the mobility of the city. But what makes us human is our memory and the art. And I'm happy to ask our distinguished guest, Dr. Stanza, to join the discussion and from this point of view, how smart cities are becoming the art, and if it's possible to explain what is your practice.
I said that at the National Physics Laboratory once, and nobody was interested, so I changed my tack and said, but I'm a specialist in technology. But I'm just going to start with this notion. Imagine walking out of the door and knowing every single action, movement, sound, micro-movement, pulse, and thread of information is being tracked, monitored, stored, analyzed, interpreted, and logged. Okay. The world we live in seems to be a much bigger brother than the Orwellian vision. It's the mother of Big Brother. So I said that in 2004, and it's now 20 years later. Susanna Zupoff, in her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism, says, we've walked blindly into the age of surveillance capitalism. Okay, in 2004, I was thinking about this. We don't walk blindly into anything. The systems, the infrastructures, the technologies are all built and designed, and the outputs of these design practice happen to result in other things. The ambition at the moment with AI and the manifestation of our ideas to create what might lead towards a conscious, sentient singularity doesn't really matter whether we get there or not. What matters is our agency and what will happen in terms of an interpretive value, say, in 20 years' time. So since it's 2024, 2025, the question is, how will artificial intelligence affect the governance of the landscape? So if I've been thinking about this for 20 years ago, I had this project, SenCity. The term IoT didn't exist. We were more or less linear cities, the city of bits. We've moved from the linear city to the interactive city to a generative city system. And cities aren't really existing on their own. They're entangled. They're entangled in the virtual space. We've got the real world made virtual, made real again. So SenCity 2004, small wireless sensor motes, what's called smart cities now, distributed across various cities. So I set these up and deployed them to make artworks. So it's technology-based practice using information technologies to somehow create a poetic interpretation of how we're all complicitly involved in this data space, how we're all complicitly involved in what I call panoptic aesthetics. We cannot be separated from this anymore. We're not just zeros and ones, we're completely entangled. This city is entangled with every other cities. So I could move from 2004 to talk about what I'm going to do now, but I'm just going to hop through this trajectory. And very simple methodology that I deploy is I collect data, lots of data inputs, and I format that into feeds. So I think about how to collect it, then format it so it's interpreted by my artworks. And then I think of ways to display it as websites, softwares, apps, installations. That's what people perceive what I do, artworks that are exhibited as installations in galleries to draw an audience in, to think and reflect about this entangled, collaborative space, the city. The body in the data space, the body, us, we cannot be separated from this. It's all one and the same. So, just to give you an example, if you put a load of sensors in a tree, you can sonify that data and turn it into sounds. That's called the singing trees. I networked 350 cameras in London in 2002 to show how networks can be redistributed for other reasons and other means, showing that the network that you perceive can be manipulated into another truth. CCTV and building management systems in a place like this can be remanipulated to make it more open and transparent. That was in 2014. I was given access to the number plate recognition system in the southeast of England in real time. So I then reinterpreted that database in real time with a false narrative. There's a tree called Out of Breath that takes live pollution data from 120 cities. The tree is actually struggling to breathe. It's got speakers in the tree. It's pulsing red. It looks like a lung tree. It's how we are, again, affecting the environment that we're in. If we move our hands about like this, it used to be that in the modernist age, the greatest discovery is that we're moving atoms, but now we're moving data. We're all moving all the time. So how do we make reference to this? How would I make reference to this in an artwork moving forward? I've got an app called Velocity. If you download it, it would track you in this city, and it takes photographs off your phone. I've got an API that I've been developing since 2017. So input, collecting data, thinking of ways to visualize it. So take one city, this city, collect all the pollution data. So, okay, you've got a linear stream. Collect all the weather data, you've got a linear stream. Collect all the transport data. Mix them together, you've got a huge data structure. Put this city with Paris and New York, that's also on the API. Interrogate a load of news feeds in real time and take the text of the news feeds in real time and put all this together in the same API. And then run machine learning systems over the top of it to ask and address that question. How will artificial intelligence affect the governance of the landscape in the future? So let's imagine it's 2024, and we look back and we ask this question instead. What were we thinking about in 2025 in relationship to this question? How will AI affect the governance of the future? So just to conclude this little introduction, one of the works that I made is called the Oracle. You've got two sound speakers. One is running through the neural network of the code on one side. The other is running through the code and speaking the code. There's a series of towers showing the binary structures of the neural network, and in the middle of this is a screen showing updated images from the news, except if there's a generative algorithm input into this that's saying, show me the news, but show me what you think it will look like in 50 years' time. Okay, so that's a provocation to suggest that the machines are already sentient and conscious. There we go. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stanza. I would like to let our audience to give the questions to our speakers. Probably we can have the free mic, or do we? It's actually the small hall, so we can avoid the mics. Yes, please.
Right. I suppose I will have to be loud.
Yeah.
So actually, I have a question. No, I totally share the sentiment that we should put the human in the center of technology, not let the technology guide how we live. Because, well, if we do that, probably we will just all turn into the statistics for the KPIs. Well, it could mean an absolute hell of a situation for us. But, you know, on data it will look good. But, you know, do you have any ideas how to steer?
Yeah. Would you say, are there any initiatives that each of us can take to really steer our society into the decision-making of putting the human in the center, maybe even slowing down, maybe not, you know, maybe refusing some technology, maybe optimizing it? And especially the interesting part for me personally would be to know what can somebody like me do, somebody who works in technology, somebody who makes it all happen. I mean, because, or maybe any person sitting in the room.
Whom you address this question, may I ask?
I would actually like to address it to the gentleman in the center, Ricardo, if you could.
I think what you're saying is right. It's small steps, and we can all take small steps. Sometimes it's difficult to think about you taking a small step. I always say to people, if you're in a traffic jam, you're part of the problem because you're part of the traffic. So it's very simple. And many of you walked here today from your home. Put your hand up if you walked here. Okay? A small percentage. It's easy to get into a car. Today wasn't too cold. I know this place gets very cold. I make conscious decisions of, I have a car. I have a dreadful car, but I use it when I go up to the mountains to destroy the mountains. But I make a very careful choice of when I walk, cycle, or take a vehicle. I try to recycle, which is a bit weird in Kazakhstan, but I will walk to the nearest recycling point, which is a 20-minute walk. And then I have an argument with the recycling guy who doesn't want specific items. And I just say, why not? Because there's a big machine behind all of these things. I think the biggest thing that we can do is demand more of our politicians and our authorities. As far as I'm aware, there's only one city that I know that I used to work for a company called Gale Architects, and what we did was advise cities, that's why I came here, on how to be people-friendly. The city of Como in northern Italy, about 3 years ago, in their manifesto, took some of the stuff I'd written for him, which was how to make the city walkable. It's a walkable city. It's a small city in a beautiful lake, but it's totally car-dominated. It has issues with air pollution, and it's up in the Alps. He took a whole load of stuff, and he put it into his manifesto, and he got elected. He didn't actually realize many of the things, but the fact that he made that conscious decision, for me, was incredible. I mean, I think what Stanza is saying, when I was with Gail, and I'm talking about a long time ago, we started to investigate smart cities and art. And Gail now has part of its institute, a stream of the work that Gail does is about art and culture. Because you said it, culture, identity are critically important to her mental health. If you become anonymous, one of the worst conditions a human can be in is being amnesiac, right? You wake up and you don't know who you are, you don't know who the person in bed with you is, you don't recognize anything. That's total loss of identity. I mean, it's a medical condition that's happened. How do you recover from that? We are walking into a kind of everywhere, nowhere situation where everything is processed in plastic and it all looks the same. Okay, you might wear a funny hat and give somebody some horse milk to drink. There's more to Kazakhstan. There's more to Central Asia than that. But that needs to be defined by the citizens of this country and of the neighboring countries. At one level, I'm quite lucky and comfortable because I have a very deep-rooted connection to my place where I was born. But I do realize now that I've lived so long away from it that my identity is blurred as well. So I need to go back and recapture some of that. And the thing that I notice is that Italy is not the Italy that I remember last year, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. The same as the UK, because I have this connection with both of these places.
Actually, I want to share, so I get you completely on that, because I lived in Germany for the last 6 years, and I came back.
Do you have microphone?
No.
No, already.
It's okay.
Yeah, I wanted to say that I lived in Germany for 6 years and just came back, and well, I was born here in Kazakhstan, and I could say it's a completely different country in comparison to the 6 years back. We didn't have so, and I would say it improved a lot. We now have a lot of very ambitious, very positively and creatively thinking people who really want to improve our cities, improve our infrastructure, improve our governments, our technology, and ourselves and culture too, because, well, culture is a piece of us, or we are a piece of culture as well. So yeah, I can relate to that. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you for your answer.
Thank you for your questions. We have another one.
Hi. Okay. If I may, I have two questions. So, as far as I see, we have a very colorful panels. We have some optimists, some realists, or some detractors. So I have two questions. First one is for Mr. Bashar, Ricardo, and Juldis. You, as maybe more like urbanists. Well, in my experience, before you try to automate something or implement AI over some processes, you need to first make sure that the basic processes work the right way. So first of all, would you provide some advice to our young country before we go into these AI things? What we need to make sure that works right? First question. Second question to Mr. Stanza. So you, as an artist, you went into technology, right? In API, in apps. So why did you do that, and what was or were your main takeaways from going into this technology? What were your Oh, I see. So that was a joke that you're an artist. Was it? No? Okay. Please answer if you could.
Thank you. Mr. Stanza, Dr. Stanza, can we start with the last question?
I'll rephrase it then. I'm a technology-based practiced artist. All my work is on my website, stanza.co.uk, and it encompasses 40 years worth of work thinking about the cities, thinking about urbanization, thinking about how we're all connected. paintings. That's what people think artists do. But no, I use computer code software to think about questions. The questions that I'm thinking about currently, I just said before, is how will artificial intelligence affect the governance of the landscape in the future? And to talk about the other question about individualization, I did this project in 2006 where I designed this so-called holiday camp called the Free Zone, where you could leave behind all your technology at the door and you would be off-grid. Well, it was a joke project, and as you know, if you went to a free zone that was off-grid, everybody would know where you were because you'd be on the place that's off-grid. And it got picked up by the architectural press as a real thing because I put paint and pending. But in the data space, we see ourselves as either, the issue is privacy. You know, we see ourselves binary, either a 0 or a 1. So the project that I was thinking about in relationship to collaborative city space was called the Binary Graffiti Club, where people wear hoodies with either a 0 on the front or a 1 on the front, and a 0 on the front and a 1 on the back. And it's a series of different projects, but I ask political questions and they're translated into binary, and they go into city spaces and they sing it in binary. In English, it's dim, in, dim. And to go to what you were saying from a coma, if anyone's had the misfortune to have a brain injury, you come out of it in a coma, and there's a series of transitional phases that you go through. The first 15 minutes of awakening, you'll meet somebody and they'll recognize you. But 3 or 4 minutes later, if you walk out the room and come back, they will see you again for the first time. 2 or 3 hours later, that extends to about 20 minutes. The next day, you come back and they'll recognize you. And they'll recognize you for maybe an hour. As you come out of this coma, maybe if you're lucky enough to come out of this coma with a brain injury, then about a month later, you'll be moved from the ward, but you'll have a lot of cognitive responses. What's happening here with this transformative technology, AI, is we're currently in the coma stage and we really don't know where we're going. I mean, I think with all the investment, I mean, I often use this thought. President Kennedy said he was going to put a man on the moon by the end of the decade, and he invested £300 billion. It took 300,000 men, and 9 years later, the man was on the moon, but a whole series of other things happened. And that's what's about to happen to us. All the guys are investing the money, and a whole series of things are going to happen. All we can do is speculate. And what I do as an artist, I speculate about our utopian perspectives. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you so much.
The question was?
Yeah.
It's what you made a statement of, and I take it you're talking about Kazakhstan. Before we rush into this, we need to understand what works. I actually think that the technology can help you define what works. This is one of the biggest issues I'm an architect, I'm an urbanist, I encounter all over the world, is that politicians, people in power, you know these big buildings you have in your cities called akimats, people that live in these buildings, I don't know if anybody here is from one of them, are in power. And what they're tasked to do is not define what the issue is find a solution. Now, if the only tool you have is a hammer, and I didn't invent this, it was Maslow, I think, all your problems are nails. Now, unfortunately, I meet a lot of these people, and their terms of reference are not like that, they're like this. Therefore, they look for solutions that are not for the problems that really exist. You know, in our bodies, if we cut our finger, we might get an inflammation in a gland somewhere else because we're all connected. Cities are like that. I've been asked to resolve problems in cities, so come up with a solution, and I say to them, the first thing I need to do is do an analysis. I need to define what the problem is. Now, I may come back to you, Akeem, and tell you that the problem that you think what you've been told is not the problem. The problem might be your guys that are not doing their job properly. It doesn't make me very popular, right? But that's not why I do the work I do. Because if somebody asks me something, I want to give the best I can in terms of my terms of reference. And one of the reasons I take part in things like this is to widen my terms of reference because I'm white, I'm old, I have got cultural baggage, which limits my awareness. And unless I keep learning, and I learn from the people that I work with, then I'm a dinosaur. And we know what happened to dinosaurs. But technology can help us. There are things in your country make me feel good, right? That's why I stay here. That means there's something working. I could choose to be in Italy, in Scotland, somewhere else. I choose to live in Almaty. And people ask me, and I say very simply, it's the mountains, but it's not only the mountains. You know? It's about emotional attachment. Now, I can tell you there's lots of problems of going to the mountains because I get stuck in a traffic jam. So now, I cycle or I walk up to the mountains. So I find my own solution. But there are many amazing things. Indira and I, where were we? I'm going to say the name wrong. The place down near the RLC. What's that called? The place near the RLC we were in.
Oh, it's Munak.
We were in this place, right?
Yeah.
And I thought, as I fly in, this is going to be a nightmare. Instead, after walking around it, there were some really great things. There was lots of dysfunctional things. But the dysfunctional things are created by the people that think they have power or have money and want to show that they have money by doing crazy things that do not bring joy and happiness to the majority of people. I don't know if that answers your question at all.
I believe Mr. Bashar has something to add.
Yeah, I'm not going to be very long. What I wanted to add even before, and I think it might reply to your question, is that technology always existed. And before we had this developed technology, we had, for example, I'm an architect, vernacular architecture, that used what they had between their hands in order to create the solutions of their needs. For example, in Gadames and other cities, desert cities, you see the mud architecture that protects them from the heat. So sometimes we need to identify the problems and let AI help us find the solution. But we are the key to identifying the problems. And as I see, sadly, I'm going to give an example of Dubai and of the KSA. You see glass buildings, skyscrapers, and we have the technology to understand that this is not the solution. You are worsening the situation by taking this decision. And you have a neighboring country that's called Oman. When you go to Muscat, there's no skyscrapers. They embraced their heritage, and they understood it's not just about embracing heritage. It's embracing the treasures that it encompasses, and it's about living a good life. They adapted their needs to their cultural heritage, to their geographical situation, in order to find solutions to the changes that they are occurring, and not just take technology as a reference and start building mega structures that doesn't resemble or represent them, and will create more problems than reply to solutions or answer solutions.
Thank you so much. And we don't have, unfortunately, we don't have time. We need to finalize our discussion. But should you have, Ms. Juldis, should you have anything to add?
Yeah, I think he meant to address a question to me. Yeah, could you? Or was it the same question?
Yes, that's true, but we don't have time.
Okay, then it was the same question. So short answer is AI is a tool, and as a knife is also a tool in hands of the doctor and criminal. It's the same tool. So it's, sorry, I'm just answering the question. So if we want to use and leverage the technology, we have to do it with the huge responsibility. We have to understand why we're using it. We do not have to rely on AI in making decisions in terms of like human decisions and deciding what we want. We need to decide what we want. We want clear air to breathe. We want to battle air pollution. Then let's use it, technology, to help us. We want better waste management, etc. So the short answer is that any tool can be used for good and for bad. And hopefully we, as humanity, will embrace this as a tool to accelerate our development and make our life better, not worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to our panelists, and thank you to you all to spend this hour in this audience to discuss it. As all our speakers said, that the artificial intelligence is just a tool, and the human intelligence, this brings the life to our cities, and this brings the choice we use for making our cities as human-centered and comfortable and smart, but even wise. Let's build not smart cities, but let's build it wise. Thank you. Thank you. May we have just a collective photo?
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия жақын уақытта басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие. Следующая панельная сессия начнется скоро.
Встречаются впервые и уже спорят, смеются, предлагают идеи. Каждый со своим опытом, но всех объединяет одно – вера в технологии и желание создать что-то настоящее. Сначала хаос, непонимание, поиск, столкновение характеров, а потом команда. Они учатся слушать, пробуют, ошибаются, пробуют снова. Учатся не только строить стартап, но и быть рядом, когда трудно. Иногда тупик, тишина, а потом инсайт, озарение, движение вперед. Работают как одержимые. Снова спорят, снова смеются, снова идут дальше. Первый клиент, как первый полет. Продукт оживает. И уже не важно, как начинали. Главное, что вместе. Все ради одного момента. Выйти на сцену и сказать: мы сделали это.
Решения, задачи, ответственных и сроки исполнения.
AI-preneurs.
We didn't arrive here by accident. Our brand builds on heritage. Knowing where we came from
умные решения для вашего бизнеса.
and where we headed.
Ускорьте бизнес. Делегируйте рутину
For us,
искусственному интеллекту
influencing is not enough.
AI. Формируйте
We need
задачи
the whole
входящие
world.
документы автоматически с помощью ассистента.
Welcome to Silco Accelerator.
This is where the best startups of the region come together. When you put a bunch of passionate people in the same room, it's amazing things that can happen.
Business with pleasure.
Enjoy another workshop by Google for Startups.
We offer a variety of practice-oriented workshops for founders and their team, with the goal of acquiring new skills and expanding their capabilities. Get your product promoted
Найди мне информацию по клиенту
and having access to the strongest network community.
Бүгінгі панельдік сессиямыздың тақырыбы ЖИ және креативке инвестициялар, жаңа модельдер және жаңа батырлар. The name of today's panel session, Investing in AI plus Creative, New Models and New Heroes. Название сегодняшней панели – Инвестиции в ИИ и креатив, новые модели и новые герои. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарымызға отырып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов. The moderator of the panel session, Andrei Zuzhin, he's a founder of Erin Tech Venture Capital, ex-VTB VC. Arijit Bhattacharya, founder of Virtual Infocom and Co-Innovate Ventures Investment Advisory. Our next speaker, Timur Bairov, he's a CEO of Freedom Media. Zhan Karsabayev, partner, Big Sky Capital VC. And our last speaker, Nastya Goncharova. She's a co-founder of the Governing Committee of Creative Central Asian Network.
So, can we start? Good day, everyone. Thanks to those who stayed until this afternoon session of the last day. Today we will have quite a provocative discussion. Why? Because the creative industry is probably not the place where we should be boring and like others. That's why let's start with some introduction, which I want to give you. First story that relates to AI and the view at the AI as the tool of investments. And it was minimally criticized in the last report from Stanford University, where they said that in the world, in the AI, there is so-called work slop being born, where people of basic level, like white collars, are using AI to develop reports, and they send it to their colleagues. Colleagues look at those reports and send it to others, but then there is no conscious evaluation of information and knowledge. And then for the company, it costs around $186 per hour with high salaries. This means that AI is not proving the efficiency yet. Then, if we look at the musical industry, there is like 43 billion USD in this industry on an annual basis. But the actual authors creating this music get only 5%. And where do all other money go? In some intermediary layers. But even this is not the biggest problem we want to talk about today. Can I ask people to raise their hands who don't have an account in TikTok or Instagram or any other social media where they use video? Great, 2 people. These are probably representatives of some special services and security services. But if others have this, they can use it, and then your level of dopamine, your level of satisfaction also depends and comes from social media. But we inevitably have to admit that there are now 3 levels of AI. First level, we can call it a democratic level of AI. This is when each one of you sitting here can watch something created by AI, create something with some AI tools, and this is a democratic level available to almost everyone. And Higgs field, which we are being embracing with these 2 days, other tools available on the market, and they are constantly being updated. This all makes it easier, faster, simpler for you, and you can add any other characteristics. Next level is the level of more serious companies who come and say, look, can I take an artificial intelligence, create something cool, and then launch it into public? Will this make my business better? Will it help it to get more revenue? Will it help in recognition of my brand and give some positive results? Or will it give more problems to me? And as soon as there is a big question, then companies start thinking, or maybe we shouldn't use AI for our products. And next level is the level when we come somewhere and ask a question. For example, we asked an AI to write something, and it created something. And like we heard on the previous sessions, it can write a painting, it can make a painting. But is it really something new, or is it a compilation? Very well done, of course, a compilation of something what is already available. Has anyone heard about Miyazaki's creative arts or creative works? If you take, for example, Avatar or any other collections, and you ask to draw yourself in the Miyazaki style, would it be breaking any authorship rights, intellectual property? Well, actually, AI should help Miyazaki because it created Miyazaki. But if you ask it to create Ghibli Miyazaki of the new style, it will still be compilation of some old ones, and it will not be something completely new. So this is just introductions. But let's also consider, we still don't know, can AI create something new quickly and have high quality? But whether we can build our business from it, to what extent it's a long-term story, this is what we need to discuss today, and we need to discuss the conflicts that arise. In this regard, sorry for long introductions, I'd like to give the floor to each one of our distinguished panelists. And let's start with Arijita. I would ask everyone to make a brief introduction to talk about what you do and what are the main painful moments in relation to what I said. Arijit, please.
I'm founder of Virtual Infocom, which is India's first game development company. We started that back in 1998 in a humble beginning with less than $1. Eventually, after 10 years of a little bit of success, I call it as a success, we became software development partner for Intel, Amazon, Nokia, to name a few. Eventually, in 2008, I became an angel investor, started investing in startups, and wanted to see that if that can be done with, definitely with creative people. Traveled from city to villages in very, very, very poor areas where I'm not in suit, rather I'm in a three-piece and sit in the floor itself. People don't have money to buy food over there. Uplifted them. Eventually, we started a venture capital fund to support the startups. So maybe I'm an odd man out over here who usually speaks that after due diligence, we are about to lose 80% of the investment that we do. So we don't encourage that. Rather, we created a model with corporate open innovation where we actually invest in a startup and then connect them with a corporate company so that they get all the work from there as an outsourcing model. So the startup can actually run, the company, the corporate company is getting the service done, and our investors' investment is secure. So till date, at the moment, we have around 67 live companies wherein we have invested money. It's a global fund that we've done. I also sit in multiple different universities as an advisor, which includes IIT, if you have heard about that. It's India's top-notch technology university. In Oman, it's in Mazan University. In a couple of European universities, I sit. And I also sit in Startup India Award as one of the jury member. Created the deep tech rule for our country, and then segregated a few bit of other things. I'm also founder of World Leaders Summit, which is one of the largest summit in the world with 101 countries network. We usually encourage people to come from their shell and then pitch in front of our world and then grow. I'm a big lover of women. We run a community of around 15,000 women who became self-dependent. They started their own company. There is a specific fund for women, and there is a policy that we usually help to the government to make it with approximate 50% discount for women entrepreneurs if they are starting a company. And in some countries, we make sure there is a rule that if there is a grant, if there is a woman co-founder, the grant goes first to that particular company. That's in a nutshell, that's what I do. Thank you.
Thanks, Arjit. Тимур.
Всем здравствуйте. I'm Timur Bairov, and I lead Freedom Media Company. It's a new service. In the nearest weeks, it will be announced as part of ecosystem of Freedom. You know, Freedom Holding, Freedom Super App. In this bigger ecosystem, there will be a new service. Kazakhstani Netflix, we call it, video streaming, claiming to be key cinema theater #1 in Kazakhstan with the original series. And we are bringing Disney, Paramount to our platform. We are showing shows by the end of October or in November. Now we are under the technical audit, and in Super App will start this service, and we hope that clients will turn to us. So we'd like to engage larger audience through video streaming into Super App. Timur Turlov will announce that soon. It's my second year in the cinema. I'm an IT guy who is now doing cinema. I used to work in HP, Hewlett Packard. Blockchain was a hype before AI. So for 5 years, I managed Bitfury. It's one of the leading companies in producing chips for blockchain. And also I worked in quasi-governmental sector, the strategic director of Samruk Casino. So I used to work in strategy, but now I'm in media. It's interesting to be at a crossroads of technology, creativity, and IT experience. Thank you so much for inviting me. I asked Anton, maybe we can make a show. We can even fight around AI. If there are provocative questions, let's do that in order to make it a live show. We're speaking different languages, English and Russian, so it's already a challenge. It's my pleasure to be here. So, how can you attack? But turn your mic on. Dear friends, my name is Dias Yermagambetov. I'm replacing our partner, Jean. Unfortunately, he got sick. In the morning, he told me to fill in for him. I'm happy to see you all. It's my second year in venture investing. In the past, I was dealing with startup. I did one exit. I sold my company. Then we met Jean, Adil, our partners of the fund, 1 year ago. We got to know each other, and they invited me on their team to help them structure their transactions, find new leads, prospective startups. So now I'm working in the venture fund. Let me share a few details about the fund. 20 million USD first fund. By the end of the year, we're planning to close it down. So we are also attracting investments in the second fund. It will be from 50 to 75 million USD. We will invest into B2B SaaS solutions. US, Southeast Asia, and Central Asia. 30 companies on our portfolio. 10 in Central Asia, 10 in Southeast Asia, and 10 in the US. We are using AI quite actively in our fund. We have a platform called Grace AI. Through that platform, there are a lot of applications for investments. On a daily basis, I study those applications from founders of startups. On a daily basis, we get 10 to 15 applications from around the world. I study them. I choose startups, and if we see the potential, then we invite people to have a call one-to-one or to a meeting if they are based where we are based. This is internet platform where founders get registered. LinkedIn, email, name, how long they've been doing that, how much they earn, how much they spend, how much they lose. And our online platform reads all the threats, all the pros and cons of a startup, and gives us a beautiful and precise report. I study it, and if I see good potential, if I see that there is a potential match, then we meet with them and we talk about potential investments. So, in a nutshell, that's what I'm doing now. Thank you so much for the invitation. It would be great if Diaz could say Jean couldn't come. I'm his avatar. I think that Arijit he offered the alternative opinion, so I thought that for now it's okay. So my name is Nastya Goncharova. For 10 years, I've been studying creative industry in Kazakhstan and Central Asia. And of course, over the last 10 years, we had an opportunity to understand the skills of our creative entrepreneurs, what are the barriers, system-wide barriers, personal barriers, what is happening to our infrastructure, why money flow in our system or why they don't. So it's clear now that all this attractive venture capital world that is based on great news or announcements, statements, big money, quick growth, boosting, it's not about creative industry. Let's be frank here. Because creative industries, 90%, these are small and medium businesses, sometimes micro businesses, who have different level of ambitions. They have different values. Of course, economic value is everywhere, otherwise people wouldn't do business. But at the same time, very often, economic activities are not a priority. It's one of the values created by the creative entrepreneurs. So my pain that I'm voicing here, how can we start a full-fledged discussion about impact investment, patient capital, that is following the development path of creative businesses, and where the AI can help attract this capital to the industry for the development, and how can we make sure that those creative businesses are not falling behind the venture standards. It's a big mistake that no one sees. So in our discussion, I would like to talk about the impact. What is the impact of creative businesses on ourselves, on the society, on our ecosystems, on our well-being, mental health, level of education, and where there is potential for investment, upscaling, and maybe something good will turn after that. Yes, education is important. We'll talk about that. Sometimes people say when you are face-to-face, you don't see the face. It's better to see something from the distance. Arijit, question to you. If we think that AI is a deep tech, then to what extent today the Kazakh market is ready or prepared to deep tech? Well, the question was answered by Hicksville yesterday, but maybe you can add something to that. What should be the ingredient of the ecosystem to make this success repeated and iterative?
Sorry, I was listening to the translation.
No worries.
Okay, so a quick answer. AI is not new, if people are thinking that this is a new thing. AI is 40 plus years old technology. We are actually talking about generative AI, which is more of connecting the natural normal language with a particular engine in the backend. And there is a LLM model, which is basically translating that in its own understanding and eventually giving you a response back. But when we use AI, we have been using it. I personally am using AI for last 25 plus years, writing the algorithms in the backend. So it's all about the algorithm that actually talks with you. It's not that infrastructure that you see or the interface that you see. Now, coming back to the question of yours, if we look at, I'll give you a live example. I think that would be better. I'm not sure about the exact Kazakh industry. I'm pretty new here, but I'll give you some of the examples which might give you a bit of light or enlightenment. Yeah, hope it is that's fine. Yeah, okay. Talking about deep tech, nowadays is not the time where we segregate AI, VR, AR, gaming, smart cities differently. Now everything becomes completely one as a technology, if we look at as a technological perspective. Think of a situation, there are villages in distant hills where teachers cannot go, good teachers cannot go, right? But there is internet connectivity. And there is a ecosystem of teachers, physical teachers, who trained the AI model how to teach physics, for an example, right? And think of thousands of students, they are learning from our AI avatar trained by these teachers in the backend. That is what we are talking in generative AI. Okay? One of such example is deeptechknowledge.com. There is a portal who usually run it as an AI teacher, but in the backend, the real teachers are already trained that model so that the student gets the perfect answer. I know that there is a controversy going on that can we create good pictures, great videos, can we make movies with AI or not? There are countries who actually made full-fledged movie using AI as a tool. Even we produce that. We produce India's first AI movie. It's a 90-minute plus movie that we created. When we started making that, we read a lot about culture, understand color, understand customer persona, understand my target audience, and then eventually we created a storyline based on an epical story, which is coming from history. And then teaching that AI model how they can produce those dresses, gems, jewelries, garments, few bit of maybe swords, shields, and then eventually we started producing that movie. So if you ask me that direct question, frankly speaking, there is a model that we use. I'm not sure about others. I shouldn't comment on others. There is a controversy. But we are opening up market for actor, actress, and models to become an AI avatar and become an immortal character. Eventually, that character is protected by law, and no other third party can use it without their permission, which is happening in internet, in free internet, right? And then sequentially and parallelly, we are selling that particular character to be used in ad, to be used in future movies. So we are now talking about creating a future for all these creative people. Think about a singer. Now, someone was talking about probably making a music, creating a song. I'm sure all of you know that if you create lyrics utilizing ChatGPT and then using maybe a tool in AI, produce a music, produce a song, this is not your property. The copyright belongs to that particular platform, until and unless your lyrics and your style is original. Now, how you can do that? For that, you need to understand how the algorithm works. So, highly appreciate, I can see Kazakh industry for last, I think, 2 days, I was meeting many VCs, few bit of startups. It's an innovative industry, what I have understood. So far, so good. But to I would say, explore yourself in outer market, outside of Kazakhstan, or give the exact values of Kazakhstan, there is a big need of culture of your own country in some other part of Europe, Asia, or maybe in some parts of Middle East. It is already there. All you need to do, use AI as a tool, get probably a real person as a backend service which can teach this model in the backend, and then eventually you put it as a service model in front of the world. I think that will solve a lot of things, and that will probably connect the dot.
Спасибо большое, Ариджит. Тимур.
Thank you so much, Arijit. From what you've heard from Arijit, now you are part of cinema. It's your new role. So now you have to probably try creating something with AI. if you use LLM, open source tools, OpenAI, so probably they have some Kazakh folklore there, but not much. The question is, if you use those mentioned instruments, what are you expecting as an output? And how do you address this gap of absence of Kazakh culture and folklore there? So let me go very deep there. So it's my opinion that the artificial intelligence, artificial intelligence is very underestimated. People don't understand the possibilities it can give, or sometimes it's overestimated. So it's a controversy here. It's overestimated for creative tasks. We work a lot with AI, and still I don't like the voicing in Kazakh. The voicing over is not very good in Kazakh. It's not good for our movies. But it's getting closer. Maybe in some time we'll get what we want. We'll get a good quality, because there is always a light at the end of the tunnel. And speaking of scripts, storylines, this is most difficult. It's content creation. There, AI is very, very far away. There is not even light at the end of the tunnel. We try to perform creative tasks with the help of AI, and we understand that it's virtually impossible. You are talking about Kazakh identity, but it's difficult to reflect a mentality if it's AI. In Kazakhstan, there are so many projects that received a lot of investments. Recently, there was a new series movie. Excellent picture. Bloggers are great, but just it wasn't part of mentality. And artificial intelligence just cannot do that. Maybe here we overestimate abilities of AI in terms of creativity. So now I'm putting a hat of VC on my hand because I was part of the investment world. I can imagine that investors are terrified now, because in the past, if there was a new product like a new Messenger, a new Telegram, or new WhatsApp, some people wish to do new operating systems to compete with Microsoft. You understand this business. But AI projects, they grow like mushrooms and they die quickly. So now, even I think that the bravest person can invest in AI as a technology. So my message for discussion today is, maybe it's not about investments into technology. You have to invest into people. You have to invest in teams of people. The biggest problem on the market is availability of cross-industrial or cross-cutting teams, like a data scientist and a cinema specialist, scriptwriter. I think that AI is very far from creativity now. Thank you, Timur. Nastya, in your welcoming remarks, you said that if we speak about impact, you need education here. Raise your hand, dear participants, if you don't use prompts written by hand or by voice. So do you use your own prompts? As a person who gives the prompts, so it depends on your language, how good will be your prompt. It means what books you read or what stories you heard.
So, Nastya, in this regards, what Timur said now and Rigid, it means that in the era of AI, education will have even higher importance. So if we don't want to just scroll the phone, but want to get some value from AI prompts or requests, well, this is not just about AI, but any technologies. And the role of the internal fact check and internal supervisor. So this is about how you formulate tasks. There is always some bias from the persona. For example, me being a researcher, I put my parameters. An artist will have his parameters and maybe his formulation of vision and so on. And I agree that, first of all, the quality of the result with the AI if I talk about social impact, or if I'm interested in social impact, then this will be a different thing. So actually, AI here is just helping us to scale up whatever value we put into this tool and our expectations from the tool. And the more we have this technological agenda to accelerate development, to scale it up, not to get limited with local markets, to hype the trend and to catch this wave of the trends. And this agenda is now in the top, and everyone is afraid of losing opportunities. So everyone wants to jump into this last carriage. And at the same time, we need not to lose our uniqueness, not to lose our internal values. It doesn't matter whether we use AI or social media or any other technologies we use, we still need to keep our main values. There still be some standards to be developed. And the approach is to take AI as a tool. So one thing is our responsibility. Next thing is what was developed in the network, and it started as a wave. And the opposite thing is to take responsible steps, to teach everyone, maybe to help people to improve their abilities, their conditions. So I think it's a very, very deep topic. And I'm also on the side of those who is quite skeptical to this great excitement of the boom of AI. And there are many reasons for that. And many industries and many businesses, of course, take it as a magic stick. But if we look through the position of creative industries, I see already through the research projects that there are some different values. So I'm not talking about artists and artworks and pieces of art, but when people come to business, and they first come to business and then they become creative entrepreneurs, but they keep the main deeper value, deeper mission. And for me, this is what is important, because in this technological race, we need to try not to lose this internal values, conscious, responsible voices. Thank you. Nastya? Yeah, I ask the audience to note this comment about the intentions and about mission. But now, a question to Timur. So, how you look at this story? I obviously respect Higgsfield and I wish them success, but observing them, I remember how .com in 2000s was developing. Some of you may remember there was such a service Foursquare where people were pinning their geoposition, but then Google appeared and then everyone shifted to this. Then Google Earth project, and everyone who competed with Google Earth, they also failed. But maybe tomorrow there will be like OpenAI or Anthropic or something else, and then investors will also lose money. So roughly between the desire of the investors to earn more money and being, let's say, quite resilient. So what are the risks they may think about? Thank you very much for the question. This is a topic we can talk about for hours. Yeah, from the point of view of Higgsfield, I agree. So many say, yes, you invested into Higgsfield, and partners are asked many times. We didn't invest. Why? Because Higgsfield is out of our investment thesis. It's B2C project. We invest only into B2B. And that's why we rejected this transaction. But there are many other cool projects which probably during the 5 to 7 years will boom the market. And from the point of view of threats and this pharmaphobia, I believe that there are already many cool projects in our portfolio with AI SaaS solutions, which in the future will become breakthrough ones, not just in Central Asia, in Kazakhstan, but around the world. And actually, as for the threats, there are always threats and there are always risks. And AI, as this assisting solution, we do consider it, but we don't rely on it. So AI is a solution that will always be available. Maybe in the coming 5, 10, 50, 100 years, it will be continuously developing. And of course, it will be a component, an inevitable component of our life. We cannot ignore it. And just ignore it and saying that we don't invest in AI because then Sony, other companies will come and merge a startup. It's also not right, because AI companies and guys in our portfolio, guys we communicate with, they develop projects with the use of AI, and the majority of these projects are very successful, not just in our markets, but also Southeast Asia, but also United States. That's why I think investors shouldn't be too skeptical to AI, because, as I said before, we have it already. That means it will be in our future, and we need to take it into account. It will be further developing, maybe transforming into different forms, and this is quite an important component. But at the same time, you shouldn't follow the hype. Higgsfield is a big company, and trying to follow each shiny object is also not right, because when you follow one hype, then you can lose many other important things. That's why just do what you are doing, do it well, do it professionally, and earlier or later, your projects will still be successful, not just from point of view of AI or just relying on AI, but as international projects, they will be successful. Yeah, if you were not a venture investor, I would offer you a diplomatic career, because you were very diplomatic in your speech. Timur, question to you. So what you do now is going through the prism of what we already heard. LLM is collected in all parts of the world, but when we talk about creative industries, that this is the story linked to the culture. So how are you planning to use AI, but at the same time not compromising the cultural code and cultural identity that is required for the local market? It's a good question. I will probably start with providing a couple cases from our practice. We have a general producer, general director in our company, a very popular one in Kazakhstan, Alisher Utev. He directed many famous movies in Kazakhstan, and he understands the mentality, the mindset of our people very well. And we often have discussions with him, because he believes in technological development, and we actually discussed scenario development with AI. And so far, there is a very clear division, and you can easily identify the scenarios developed by AI. Another one, Mr. Bisekov, who developed also some famous movies. He's one of the coolest media managers and active citizens in the country. We also considered using AI in our small special project, and he said, there are such people like prompt engineers. So because they write the tasks for AI, what picture, how the image should look, what action there should be. And this is where people burn out, because prompt engineers, they burn out completely. I sat with them for 2 days. Actually, although I don't smoke, I started to want a cigarette to smoke, because I sat with them for 2 days, and they were formulating those prompts for the 2-minute video. So can those people who think they are humanitarians in their nature, can you raise your hand of more humanitarian direction? And those who believe they are more like technical guys, thank you. And who understands well both humanitarian and technological sides? You see? So these are the people who will be the focus of the new investments in the teams. People who understand both creative thing, who can develop a scenario, synopsis, but also can write prompts and can draw it. That's why there is a problem, because there is not many of such people. We're trying to develop a cross-industrial team to link the scenarists together. For example, data scientist and a scenarist, they don't understand each other, and they fight with each other, and then they cannot come to a common understanding. Thank you very much, Timur. And Arijit, the question to you. From the point of view of what you've heard now. You know, investors look not at B2C sector, which is growing 38% per year, which for investors on any market is already a good story. But still, B2C is quite a risky market for them. Timur says that without creating people who have schizophrenic, in a good notion, abilities, who can combine humanitarian thinking and technical thinking, without such people, we cannot further develop. But when you look at it as an investor, do we need to look for weak signals? For example, something what is just starting to grow, and with AI we understand that this is something requiring development. Or is it a systematic work that we need to grow those people who will create those weak signals, and AI will be helping them in creation of such signals? How do you think?
A quick answer: if Kazakhstan needs to produce prompt engineers, I'll be more than happy to help them. People used to call me crazy, mad. I redefined the word in English called mad. English is a funny language, only 26 letters. They don't have anything more. Everything is apple for them. Wood apple, custard apple, everything is apple, right? So mad for me is moderate, accurate, and determined. So can AI recreate these kind of forms? Answer is no. Does it need to create that? Answer is no. Why you think that AI need to write a complete movie script? Why you think that? You don't need that. AI is not supposed to be that. AI is supposed to be a tool where an actress or probably a model is saying, hey, I don't have time, or they come to the shooting floor for like maybe after 5 hours. You replace that model with AI. They will get a shock. Then they will be on time. So it's a diplomatic creation of AI. Now coming back to the question which my friend asked me. B2C, I disagree. There are multiple investments that we did. It depends on the investment theory of the fund, right? Maybe in their structure, it is not there. In our structure, it is there, right? India's one of the fast growing food chain is in B2C, right? They became one of the largest unicorn. Now they got funding from BlackRock, okay? So it completely depends on the structure that you're building and your market and your size that you're thinking of. Now coming back to the question, shall we invest in AI or AI empowered people? I will be happy to ask you a question. I'm going slow so that translation can be perfect. I hope it is not transcription, it is translation. So if it is a horse racing, will you bet on the horse or the jockey? The jockey. So why you are thinking that you need to invest on AI tools? No. You need to invest on the people and the mindset of those guys who will create the future, a square exactly, right? Then you can make money and think of such kind of projects. I'm sorry to make this statement in front of the people. This is too early in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan's startup culture and probably the deep tech culture is too early, and there lies your opportunity. Anyone who is creating something for the first time will get more hype in the local market. And they will become the local hero. You need that. So if you are creating 10 to 15 local heroes in next 5 years, you are done, good to go. World will actually recognize you. If you look at Skype, Skype was created Estonian people. We know Estonia because of Skype as a product, right? That creates our ecosystem. So should we invest in AI-backed or powered project? Answer is yes. Should we think of it from the perspective of technology? Answer is no. Even though I'm an engineer and a PhD, but I firmly believe that I always go with the team. If there is a creative person in the team who don't write codes, but understand colors, that's the more logical person in the team. To draw, you need to understand colors, that's the more logical part in human brain, in neurons, right? So from the investor's perspective, if I'm thinking, I usually spend time with the co-founding team and the exact team, not the employees, who can take bullets for that particular company. At least I spend 2 months continuously sipping coffee, maybe having a beer or maybe some vodka with each other, understand the team, and then understand, can we marry each other? I don't want a divorce, right? And I really want to grow that company from one level to another level. That's my thesis of understanding a startup. And I think that Kazakhstan needs such kind of mindset from government, from funds, and of course from the ecosystem. Can I extend this a little, 30 seconds from...
30 seconds.
Exactly, prompt. I'm sure that you have a lot of people who are artisans in the market, right? When you talk about AI, we are thinking those artists might be dying very, very soon because it is replaced by AI. Answer is no. Answer is purely no. Create a mechanism, maybe inside an app, which understand a customer and their needs. Create an ecosystem of these artisans. Take their product, improvise them, make it sustainable, maybe for next 5 years. Keep it inside the app and then use AI as the tool, as a supporting system. That churns out money. I can go on, but I took only 30 seconds, so over to my moderator friends.
Thanks, Arajit. So, since we're running almost... Так как мы уже близки к...
And as we're close to the finish, I will give you a short thesis. From 2017, creative industries had grown 3 times. And it's still today 1% from GDP. Blitz question to everyone. Nastya, let's start from you. I know that you developed the research for a British Council. Maybe you can answer. What is the recipe from your research on impact on creative industries, which could have been used for the next 3, 5 to 7 years to at least triple the current GDP percentage in creative industries? Well, the recipe would be very pragmatic, because very often investors, including venture investors, they say that invest into industries they know well. They understand how the product is developed, how it's scaled up. And we see that in Kazakhstan we have very few investors who indeed understand what is creative industry. And for them it's 100% risks in all fronts if we make this evaluation. And I think AI is actually a good starting point. And Higgsfield example, maybe it's too radical, taking into account the scales of the majority of products requiring investments into creative industries. They're much lower.
But also, there are investment communities that can support creators with small amounts. And through love to technology and AI, we can offer an entry point for the investors to see how AI and technology can connect to creativity. So this is quite optimistic story, a good entry point, and then it will all depend on the level of communication between the parties. Several times we talked about cross-cutting things. Cross-cutting is one of the priority directions where we need to really come to the front, and this will help to understand the basics of different disciplines, whether it's data engineer or biologist, something that is not exactly designing or architecture or dancing producer. So with the help of educational function of AI, you can do your homework better to understand what language you need to use to talk to people from other professions. But any creative thinking, any technologies or teaching methods to teach creativity would tell you that if we are diverse, if we have different backgrounds and opinions, they could be really different. But this helps to come up with something outstanding that has never existed before. So this cross-cutting is important. Investors, even if they come with small amounts to creative industries, by responsible investments, they can show the market that it's time to change. Yes, short question. Nastya said that you need to experiment. You have your own AI lens through which you look at your potential investment receivers. Are you ready to risk, or do you need a tool to be funded by government to de-risk your activities? So to have a first filter, and then you get the profitable stuff. So thank you for your question. I talk about Greece AI. We are ready to take risks. We are ready to take responsibility and to be pioneers. And Greece AI is a confirmation of that. We are designing a platform for the last year, and it's showing good results in terms of very clear algorithms where we see good progress, where we see potential projects that we can invest in. I think that LMM model that we are developing in our team, we will sell it to other VCs. It will be a startup in a way. We will help other funds, venture capitals, to find good transactions and to find startups where they can invest. Timur, now you're fighting for a good script, a good storyline. Are you ready to be an investor, to buy companies that will find you what you are looking for? We are ready to invest. We are looking for such teams with such a mindset. Please come to us. Let's talk. Yesterday, I had an interesting conversation with Ksenia Verba. We met Arsen Tomsky, and I visited him, and we discussed the main message of our nation, of our country. And I wrote to him in the morning, we need to be a country of smart ideas. But let's add smart and kind ideas. For me, smart is technology and kind is humanitarian. So, message to all venture capital funds, invest in smart and kind teams. So investment for smart, creative, for kind people. There is time for 3 questions. Hello, my name is Shugala. I develop stand-up in English, and also I work as a startup consultant for the last 5 years. And I get money in IT, but also I am creative. On YouTube, I was the first Kazakh to do something So I thought that if I publish something on YouTube, of course, my shows, they are sold out in Astana, but I need scale. Can I approach Freedom team together with Daniel Ashimov? We made an experiment. We do experiment, and please come with crazy ideas to us, because we are doing our first English stand-up. Anyone else? Just one question or impression. Hello, I just wanted to thank Timur. I'm an actor. It's very interesting for me to know more about this area of work. You inspired me. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to move further. So let's be smart and kind. Thank you for your patience during this session.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия аздаған уақыттан соң басталады. Dear guests, thanks for participation. The next panel session starts in a few minutes. Уважаемые гости, благодарим за участие, а также следующая панельная сессия начнется скоро. Құрметті қонақтар, орындарымызға жайғасып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Dear guests, please take your seats and kindly switch your phone to silent mode. Уважаемые гости, просим занимать свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов. Бүгінгі панельдік сессияның тақырыбы деректерден табысқа, цифрлық экожүйелердің болашағы. The name of today's panel session, the data to revenue, the future of digital ecosystems. Название панельной сессии «От данных к доходу. Будущее цифровых экосистем».
So can I start?
Yes.
So, құрметті қонақтар,
Dear participants, thank you for coming to this panel discussion. I am Madi Tajikenov. I am a program manager in a company, Silk Road Innovations Hub. Today we'll talk about the future of the ecosystem. So digital ecosystems, they exist and they help to make sure that technology becomes part of our lives. So we will talk about the data, about data collection, making data key to our success and better incomes. So today we'll talk about the politics, business, and incomes. How data can help us to generate incomes, how to ensure digitalization. We'll talk about marketplaces, we'll talk about artificial intelligence. So ultimately, how it will affect the future of Kazakhstan and Central Asia. So we have the following speakers today: Arman Abdrasilov, Situation Center of the Security Council of Kazakhstan, then German, expert in the field of innovations policy and film producer, Janar Samaeva, chair of the board of the National Payment Corporation.
Then, could you please share your global perspective on the emerging models of data-driven value creation and the lessons that Central Asia can draw from them?
It's a very great question.
Don't forget about the mic.
That's a very good question. You will excuse I will speak in English. My Russian and Kazakh are very limited. I will also say first to thank the organizers for the invitation to join you here in Astana. This is my first time in the region, the first time in Kazakhstan. And I am very, to be very honest, very impressed by what I see here. I thought I would be because one of my colleagues here in the government, Zura, had shown me some of what was happening here in Kazakhstan. And so I had a flavor of where the use of artificial intelligence was here and where the development of technology ecosystems was here in Kazakhstan. But the result of being here in a few days is I'm very impressed by it, and I look forward to coming back, mostly when it's warmer. So to your question on examples of the use of data, you know, this is data today. It's a trite statement. It's too often said, but data is oil. And I work at the University of Toronto. I'm a professor where I teach my students about innovation systems around the world. And what has happened over the past 10 years is that a technology world that was very focused on the United States, some places in the west of Europe, has democratized very quickly around the world. That today, when we look at artificial intelligence, we look at South Korea, we look at Kazakhstan, we look at places in South America like Uruguay, places that, you know, in capitals in the West, when I say this to them, they ask me to bring a map with and say, okay, where is this place? And that's actually, you know, why I've filmed the documentary series called Magnetic Cities, was to actually show people in Canada and the United States and Europe where these places are and how we have completely flattened the competitive landscape for technology. And it's not the first time we've done this. There have been other waves of industrial development since the Second World War where we have put parts of the global economy in different places around the world. First, it was with manufacturing, that European and American manufacturers took their production and put it in Taiwan, in Singapore, South Korea, Japan. And it had one of the biggest impacts on human development ever through that region. Then China, from 1980, Deng Xiaoping, and really also China's accession to the World Trade Organization. That all of a sudden you have the greatest project in human development, bringing 800 million people out of poverty. But those were both focused on big pools of labor, lots of talent, and geopolitics. What's happening now has nothing to do with that, because it's actually, thanks to digital platforms, every country, every population can now build a digital ecosystem and trade it. So when you look at, when you want to find specific examples, it's really incredible. I was in Mongolia 2 weeks ago. In Ulaanbaatar, they're building essentially a mining and artificial intelligence capability and specialization. In Canada, we're very focused. We were one of the top. I can talk about that later. We were one of the top players in artificial intelligence for many years until about 2019. It happens to be when I left the government. I don't know if those two things are related. But now we are really struggling. And so we're trying to figure out how do we apply AI, in particular around clean technology. And then in South Korea, you have a real focus on the creative industries. And part of this is in this hyper-competitive world, if you do everything, maybe you will not be competitive in anything. And so figuring out how do you focus, how do you take the broad general tool of artificial intelligence, what data pools do you have that are actually competitive, not just in your own market, but in the regional market, or think of the world you live in, working to Silicon Valley. And so the world is full of these examples today. In fintech, I think the most impressive places are in Latin America. Uruguay, which is a tiny little country, like this big south of Brazil, between Argentina and Brazil. But in the late 90s, the Asian financial crisis caused a huge debt problem in Latin America. The financial regulators there decided to use their system to benefit new technology development. And 15 years later, the best financial technology companies I've seen anywhere in the world come from Uruguay, a little bit from Brazil. And today they're using AI to essentially open up the playing field, not just in Latin America, but they're now moving into the United States. Nubank is a Brazilian digital bank, maybe the biggest digital bank in the world, and they've just applied for their license to go to the United States. And I think this is part and parcel of how the world economy has flipped. That it used to be that we'd think about models that would come from the West, coming everywhere else. Now they're coming from everywhere and going in every direction. And so it's the most competitive time, it's the most opportunistic time, but it's also, that competition has some challenges, maybe around intellectual property and around those sources of data, which we can talk to later.
Thank you very much, Dr. Herman. It was a great pleasure that you framed the discussion into the global context, and at the same time you gave so many details. It was really a pleasure to hear such a detailed answer. So, следующий вопрос я бы хотел адресовать.
I'd like to ask a question to Arman Abdrasilov. Arman, in your opinion, how can we strike a balance between better use of data for economic growth and national security and data protection? No way. My short answer is no way. So let me try to understand. Who is our audience? Who are students? Raise your hand if you're a student. Who are public servants? Who are businesses or private IT companies? Who is IT guy? Who is on TikTok? No one? Facebook, Instagram? Okay, now I understand. Because I haven't prepared my speech, because these cursed millennials like scripts, they told me. That Gen Z said, no, we want a free format, no PPTs. So Dan just said that data are new oil. So people don't understand this saying sometimes, so let me explain. So it's not new oil because data have the same value as oil, but they are needed because, like out of oil, you can generate like new data of the available data, like you generate gasoline out of oil. So we've got lots of data, and we can build our economy of next generation based on that data. So a small remark from me. I think that there are several points of growth for the humanity. Digital space, the bottom of the ocean, space, and Arctic. Unfortunately, 3 out of 4 are not acceptable, not available to us, but we have digital space. So Kazakhstan being a country, so of course we go to the space as well, but digital space is something that is closer to us. So in the digital space, it's all about data. So we've got a lot of data, but can you maybe guess how much the data cost value? Can you give value for the data? Are there any estimates? Any valuations? Trillions of dollars, someone said. It's more than Kazakh economy. So maybe you can give us a more modest guess, 500 billion USD or million. So we like statements. We say data is new oil, but even among IT guys, we cannot give a figure to data. So on a balance, it's 0 tenge, it's $0 because it's not on a balance sheet. It's not regulated in our legislation, but there are different valuation methodologies. Americans believe that personal data per person is 10% of his or her annual income. So depending on how much he or she earns. Why I like this valuation technique? Because then you can give a value to data. So you get value per person, then you multiply by a number of people, and then you can compare it to GDP. So it's about 228 billion as an asset. But now this amount is not integrated in our economy. It's still 0 on the balance sheet. What is the main law on digitalization in Kazakhstan? You know, Gulmira knows the main law. For me, there are multiple laws, but we have law on informatization. Yes, we have a law on tax code. Of course, constitution, yeah. The right answer is constitution, but I'm speaking about IT now, so we have a law on informatization. So this law is built around the infrastructure. And where is data? There are no data. We have a law on infrastructure. Infrastructure and data are side effect here. We don't have law to regulate data. So recently, Uzbekistan published a law for discussion. It's called Law on National Data. So basically, it's a data law. And it's a new approach. And data are center of the ecosystem, and infrastructure is a side effect. So why we have a lot of info systems now? There are different valuations again.
So Gulmira can actually correct me. I think it's from 190 to 600 information systems. And the biggest problem is integration. And now there is a plan for total integration of all information systems because we all depend on the infrastructure. But if we base on the data, then it will be not integration of information systems, but connection to a single lake. And when we say that $28 million is the cost of data, then we need to think about the economic consideration. What can we do out of this economy? Who will do that data mining? So who in our government, in our country does data mining? Can you name? Maybe a big group of people, 100,000 of people. It's probably civil servants, because main product of civil servants is documents, information, analytics, and maybe this could be, this is an alternative opinion, of course, but this could be transferred into capital expenses or costs. And then these costs, for example, if now the cost for the salary for the payroll is 1 billion, and our colleague Bayjan would get this 1 billion USD of his assets in his document turnover system. This is how we alternatively look at this data economics. And this is the direction we would like to continue discussing, but unfortunately I think we don't have time for this. Or do we have time? Okay, a little bit. And if we go deeper into this story, this is actually a quick win that would allow us, let's take the figure like 1 billion USD again, and this is the cost for this civil servant. We could turn it from operational expenses into works for data mining. So people will be mining data. Can you hear me? What are you showing me? Ah, you too hot? Okay. Yeah, I thought it's some signal to me. Okay, so we have around 100,000 civil servants who could formally become data miners, and they develop some documents, and then it will become part of the balance of the government as capex, capital expenses, and yeah, out of which we can then mine some new data. And the trick here is that this expenses could also be included in the GDP. So we produce rail cars, produce oil, produce something else, and then we can have a line, production of data, and it will be operational expenses. And here is where we could give the floor to AI. So if we have people dealing with data processing, this is the room for optimization. So the artificial intelligence could actually transfer one type of data into other type of data. Several years ago, I worked in Zerdia. We had an interesting experiment. So according to our calculations, 65% of time, our government structures are just corresponding with each other. Internally, one part of government was requesting some information from the other part of government. So it's just internal exchange and internal correspondence. So we talk a lot about government services, public services, and we are the best ones in e-services. But this is G2C. But we have a lot of G2G processes which are behind the scenes, and we haven't yet touched upon them. Can anyone assess who can actually think? So G2C we've digitized, but what share is G2C and what share is G2G? How can you think? Who can just rough figures, rough suggestions? 10% G2G, okay. Any other? G2G 40%, okay. Any other? G2C is 1% out of all government processes. So in 25 years digitalization, we achieved 92% of digitalization of this G2C, but it's only 1% of government activities. So just for you to understand, all others, 99, and inside of this there is G2G, not only, but as part of it. That means the digitization methods so far allowed us to just digitize 1% of processes. If we want to digitize 100% of processes, we need to multiply it by 100 or by 99, okay. One is already digitized. So if we use the same approaches like now, it will take, you can calculate how many years. So we have this 3D vision now. So what can we do? We can reduce number of processes. We can change approaches in coding, using AI for coding processes, and maybe some other change some other approaches, and come to this task from the different sides to reduce it from what it is now, like 2.5 thousand years to 3 years, for example. And this is the new task for AI. So if we want to achieve certain tasks in 3 years, then at the lower levels, for example, level of GSC and IT, we need to hear the technical solutions. How can we do this? For example, platform, digital platform, processes, and so on and so forth. So in the future, when we talked with futurists, it was my project which I dealt with maybe for the latest 7 years. I consulted the governments of Azerbaijan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, and my forecast is governments become platforms, governments as platforms. And in our region, we have only 1% of population of the country, and share is 0 point something. So even taking into account the average economic volume, we have the opportunities to triple economic growth if we optimize our economic processes. 100 million people is quite a big economy if we take it as a Central Asia. Each country is smaller, but Central Asia as a whole, I think the synchronization between countries is needed. And I don't like the fact that, for example, people are moving from data, and they have a Data Act. In Kyrgyzstan, they have a code, and we are still working on infrastructure. So these are platforms that cannot be synchronized. But if we approximate it for the future and try to move forward, for example, in 20, 30 years, and how can we come to this platform? We will come to different platforms. With our model, we will have 1,000 information systems integrated into one. It's like some sort of Lego. Uzbekistan will come to some data lake where there are many systems. Azerbaijan, so far, is maybe in the system also with some data, and others will come differently as well. So, and it will be very hard to integrate all of them between each other. And we will try to integrate with Uzbekistan. So, for example, we will have information systems we are integrating, but they will have another information system, like a data lake, we need to integrate with. That's why when we talk about data, we need to have this wider thinking. We need to think about the joint ecosystem of data for the whole region that would be flowing from one ecosystem to another ecosystem. So in all countries of Central Asia, we have digital documents already. It's not a surprising process, but out of similar projects in the world, we saw some interesting projects in Africa when citizens of one country can move to another country without documents. We can also implement this, but so far we don't have it. And this can be done in those countries without smartphones, just a regular phone. You don't even need a smartphone. Yeah, there is a project, Smart Africa, and there is some like SMS confirmations. Arman, apologies. Yeah, we're short on time. Yeah, but yeah, you can find me outside and ask any questions. Yeah, it was very nice to hear you. I even have a follow-up question. So when we talk about data-driven economy, if it will be possible to add to our GDP this data production, what would be the estimation? What would be contribution from this into GDP? It's a very good question. I think 1-2 billion USD, definitely. And why it is important to assign a certain cost to it? And it doesn't matter what kind of cost. We can make certain calculation. We don't need a law for this. As soon as we will give certain price to this, then it will become an asset. And as a government asset, it will be a part of the balance, and all mechanisms will start working. And we already have a legal field for this. It will be part of inventory already. And then we will be able to monitor it. And everything we had here in 3 days, it's some sort of information. Again, it's data collection. And we could put it on a hard drive, and again, it could be calculated. Cool, great. Thank you very much.
I just want to add one quick thing on valuing the data. You know, in the United States now, on the stock markets, we estimate that 90% of the value of companies comes from intangibles, and intangibles is either intellectual property or data. And so you've spoken a lot about the value for government, but I think there's also the value for industry, which then will hopefully lead to GDP growth, is how do you build a platform for industry to build on data and to use the tools of AI, but AI is useless without data. So I think it's really, how do you give industry that data lake and access in a secure fashion so that they can build? And that's, you see estimates of whether it's 2% or 5% on GDP growth, and we don't know if any of this is true because we're at day one, but it's ultimately that data is increasingly the value of private companies, the data and the intellectual property, because you can't grow without the IP.
Отвечу на русском языке. На самом деле эти процессы.
Yeah, let me answer in Russian. Yeah, we have already some implemented processes. There are several companies. One of the most famous ones, Kaspi company, which is already integrated with government data, and they provide some public services. And it's a precedent, actually, because they were trying to solve the problems of instability of information systems. We solved it through the most stable front-end system, and we connected it to back-end system. And this temporary solution became the unique feature for Kazakhstan, or of Kazakhstan. This is the situation we have. Some countries believe it's maybe risky from the point of view of cybersecurity, but we believe that we've achieved quite good results. But this problem is partially solved in Kazakhstan. Cool, great. Thank you very much for comments, questions. In order for it to be fair, dear audience, as Arman asked many questions to you, then you will have a chance to ask questions to Arman. But now I want to move to Ms. Janar. And any system is not just technologies and regulation and market culture. And my question, what barriers you come across when you introduce new solutions and how you overcome them? Thank you very much. Before we move to barriers, let me give you a context about digital ecosystems and how they are located in our financial market. When we talk about digital ecosystems, first one we think about is ecosystems developed by banks, second-tier banks. In our country, we have the following system, that financial sector is more banks-centric, and almost each bank is now trying to develop their own internal ecosystem, which interacts with its clients in all directions, not just financial services or payment services, but also what we see, and previous speakers already mentioned, it's in applications, internal ecosystems where you can get public services, buy some books and buy some other goods. So banks, they have big ecosystems. They have many channels. They have many data. And this is the most important, that they have data. And banks overall became the drivers of development of the ecosystems in the country. Why? Due to the trust from the clients. And trust is because of this attitude that banks are highly technological. And banks are very well regulated by the government. And that's why citizens trust banks. But the situation is that these ecosystems are more closed ones. They circulate only internally. Each bank has their own ecosystem. We can provide many different examples of how and where or what kind of data are used for the services through the ecosystems. For example, if we take the life cycle of the client, first is to become the client. You have to go through online authentication, verification. What does it mean? Again, they get your data, biometric data, then they compare it with data from government information systems. This is how this verification is working. This is identification system at financial markets. Then when we talk about payments, for example, It looks like for the clients, it's very easy that we just scan a QR code, for example. But behind scanning this QR code, there is a lot of processes happening for authorization, for verification, also for anti-fraud purposes. They have different scorings, analysis on transactions, and so on. And I'm very slowly coming to the answer to the question. What barriers or limitations are we facing? Overall, there is such a good concept. As I said, banks are now moving towards developing their own closed ecosystems. So they get data. Many banks are integrated with government information systems to get some data to provide some services to their clients for verification, for digital documents, and so on. But there is another concept of the open banking, which allows the banks to share this data to the other side. And we all understand that data that were accumulated in bank applications, they are part of this application. But who this data belong to? These are your data. They have your name, your transactions, and so on. But who is the owner of this data? The bank or you? So we see trends in the world for the concept of open banking. This means the client can give a consent to the bank that your data will be transferred to the third party. It sounds complex, but I can provide you examples. Like example, there are some mobile applications, some mobile services like personal financial assistant or financial manager. Like, for example, you spend some money and then you enter this data into this database and then it will calculate an analytics for you, for example, what you spent more money on or something. And banks can automate it for you. If you give your consent, they will make calculation. They will collect this data for you, analyze this data for you, give you some front-end analytics. Or an example of Apple Pay. If you go into this application, you have the Apple Pay card, the card linked. There is no name or surname on it. But if we move to another country, we move, for example, to England. Apple Pay will look differently. You will see your name, you will see the balance, and you will see transactions. This is the concept of an open banking, which says you transfer data to iPhone, for example, and this is helping you. Open banking offers some simplifications or some benefits for you. And what is needed to make it proper? We need to make it together. So we need some regulations. Why, when Apple Pay is used in Kazakhstan, you cannot see name or balance on the card? Because we have we don't have this regulation allowing to do this. But in England, there is already such regulations. That's why we need to join forces with the government, develop some regulatory rules. Also, business should be ready to open competition.
Because when you move the data, when you give the data, you help competitors. And most importantly, we have to remember our clients and the demand from clients. We need demand. So answering your questions, what are the barriers? First of all, we are not ready for the open competition. Also, we don't have hard infrastructure, and we don't have the regulatory framework. These are three barriers that would be there whatever project you implement. I'm talking about innovations, innovative projects. Same goes to AI services, because you need good regulatory framework, avoiding over-regulation and under-regulation as well. And the market must be open as well. Thank you so much, Janar. Excellent response. Many people failed to understand that payment systems are not just a tool we use, but there is a whole universe of difficult stuff, complexities behind. Let me ask a question to a business representative, Bayjan Kanafin. Now, companies build their infrastructures around data, artificial intelligence, but what about strategies of monetization? How can you become globally and regionally competitive? Thank you so much, Mati. When I was getting prepared to the session, it's called Future of Digital Ecosystems. I'd like to speak from perspective of a company working on the market, in market conditions. What are the perspectives? And as a company documentolog, what is our projection for the future? For us, for IT companies and global competition, you have probably heard that now it's a race of investments into AI and infrastructure, hundreds of billions of USD. Companies invest in data centers, AI. So let me speak to that. What is the reason behind? Why do they do that? If you can turn my presentation on, if it's available. So this is my presentation. Economy has changed. Back in the 19th century, you all know this theory of market economy, when there are many competitors on one market, they coexist, and it's good for a consumer. In 2021, economy changed. So economy is a platform. And platforms has grown a lot. Now they receive data, they share data, but they don't generate the value. The value is generated by users. Facebook does not create communication. Uber does not manufacture cars. Airbnb does not build hotels. Now we are seeing a concept when platforms they become dominating agents. Winners take most when one or two players get a global market share, biggest share on the global market, and all the other ones fight for smaller shares, like Google dominating in search, Apple on the market of cell phones. So all these companies, they built the entire ecosystems around their products, and they try to enhance their digital ecosystems. They have add-on services for the users not to leave their ecosystem, be in its perimeter. And now, global corporations, they fight on our phones. The telephone, the smartphone, and apps are key to win a consumer. All the companies, they want to be part of our digital lives. Music, food, groceries, communication. They want everything to be available in one window as one-stop shop. Facebook bought WhatsApp, is buying Instagram, integrating so many services. Microsoft, over the last several years, spent more than 100 billion USD to buy something, and OpenAI is the investment of Microsoft. So over the last 3 or 4 years, we are seeing drastic changes on the market because of AI. AI transforms everything, virtually everything. What does AI do? It helps to simplify the interface between you and your app. You don't need many windows. You just need one voice assistant that does everything for you. Simple interface on your phone. Facebook, Apple, and all the biggest corporations will deliver their services through that. So they understand that the winner will take all. So winner takes it all. So if you get a consumer, you'll win in this global competition, because we won't have to go elsewhere to do our everyday activities and actions that we do in different apps. OpenAI, can do LinkedIn for you, and you can buy something through GPT chat. They issued a service. And now you don't need to surf through different websites. Through ChatGPT, you can pay for your purchase. And global corporations, they understand that the winner will become a global dominant in terms of investments. Let me show you more. So to summarize, what does it mean for documentolog? We position ourselves as an ecosystem, B2B ecosystem. We have a lot of companies on our platform, and we also try to simplify our interface between our customers and us. Let me show you a video, just 1 minute. It's our digital assistant that will be working in our documentolog platform. So you can tell your assistant, write me a letter. A letter will be then drafted. AI assistant for your everyday tasks. Create orders in 1 click. You speak, AI hears and understands. Find me information about client number 8. It analyzes thousands of documents and gives you the answer with good clarity for good decision making. You don't waste time for templates and text. AI creates a letter for you with the necessary conditions. Draft a letter that we agree to give a discount, but the discount size is 10% or 30%, depending on the period of a contract. Send it to client. You just approve the prepared letter. Artificial intelligence helps you with your calendar. It will remind you of meetings and will add new meetings as necessary. So no hassle, a ready-made schedule, and then this planning is really simplified. Artificial intelligence also writes minutes of your meeting. You just record a meeting and the system will recognize your voice. It will fix the important decisions, people responsible, and deadlines. No more lost details. Everything is well structured and ready to go immediately after the meeting. Documentalog AI, smart decisions for your businesses. Thank you so much. I have eaten too much of your time. Apologies for that. So in the future, our voice assistant will be integrated with our partners, and we really want our interface to be used to service our clients. Everyone working on our market. That's our vision of the future of digital ecosystems from our perspective. Thank you so much, Baijan, for sharing the insights of the private sector and sharing best global practices. Documentalog is an app, and I really like your app, and I'm happy to see your progress. Let me ask a question to Gulmira Isabekova. We all know e-Otanish platform. This is a complaint management platform, turning complaints into insights of a government sector. Gulmira, in your opinion, what is the key challenge for the transformation of these complaints into public good, public value? And how can people see the value of the information being shared? Hello, happy Saturday, and let me make a step back first. Thank you for being here on this day, although it's a weekend, also although it is autumn. And let me talk about data as a strategic resource. On the example of e-Otanish platform, have you ever done that before? Okay, I'm seeing that you are using our platform. Truly, this is a one-stop shop for businesses and citizens. Besides, this program helps to first record a problem, and from all the data we see on Otanish, we can really create something good. We create value because the data helps us to forecast crisis situation and also to make changes to the legislation. And we all see that there are massive complaints in e-Otanish that become a headline in media. So I don't know if you know about us. Let me share some figures of e-Otanish and why we exist. Today, every fifth citizen of Kazakhstan, being economically active, sends the complaint through e-Otanish. 2,200,000 users. For legal entities, it's one of the platforms they use every day to address their problems. More than a half of legal entities are registered in this system. So I forgot to mention for our guests why e-Otanish is mentioned in every chat of neighbors. Because if a public servant does not respond to your complaint, there will be administrative responsibility to such a public servant as a representative of a government agency. So on the annual basis, e-Otanish services about 4 million complaints. Last year it was 3.8 million, and today we forecast that it will be about 5 million complaints. And in order to respond to all of them, we have 230,000 public servants local administrations and administration of the president, kindergartens, budgetary institution, as well as quasi-governmental national companies are all registered in our system to respond to complaints. So e-Otanish is top 5 for Kazakhstani citizens in terms of communication with government agencies. In the first 6 months of 2025, there are top 5 themes most interesting for the people: justice, tax, housing and utilities, social and security, including cybersecurity. And the most relevant topics, we call them triggers. It was a hype. I'm talking about complaints from people who suffered or were deceived by Ponzi schemes, or people asking for amnesty if their driving license was revoked. So, in terms of users of e-Otanish, average user is a person 44 years old. Gender parity is there, it's like 50-50, both men and women, but the age is 44. It's an employee in a city and belongs to the category of A, according to the well-being methodology or welfare methodology. So category A means that it's an average income, a little bit lower or a little bit higher. So this is the portrait of the e-Otanish user. And we can see lots of complaints, and the number is growing. We believe that next year we can expect 6.2 million complaints. So mathematically, in order to process all of them, it's not one person who responds, but for one person, it would take 217 years to respond to all the requests and complaints. 5 minutes per complaint. So now we are using NLP algorithms to understand the tone, whether the person is negative or aggressive or neutral, to understand the sensitivity of topics, because when it comes to medicine or housing and utilities, these are social triggers. And of course, I think that all the speakers talked about a burden on a public servant. We all know the burden on the public servant. In the ecosystem e-Otanish, artificial intelligence helps to optimize the operations in government administration. AI assistant helps to prepare a draft response to the request or to make a short resume of the request. I'm not saying it's ideal. It needs to be trained further. And AI is still tagged as a pilot project. It's available to ministries and regional administrations only. We are getting feedback from public servants, and we are training our model. And when we prepare a response to the complaint in e-Otanish, we have to refer to legislation database and the knowledge warehouse created for e-Otanish. And I forgot to say that e-Otanish is a platform for identification of hidden services. For instance, in mobile apps, GovMobile, or in service centers, the services have been already automated and put in order, but also there could be some hidden processes or hidden functions, but still demanded by population. So we can see that in complaints, people usually complain about something non-standard or something irregular. And thanks to this flow of complaints that we see in e-Otanish, some of the services that used to be hidden in terms of legislation on public services have become standardized. Coming back to AI, let me wrap up in terms of economic value of a platform. Data from e-Otanish are not subject to monetization. This is public service, not for pay, but thanks to the fact that complaints help us change legislation and get rid of hidden activities. It helps with transaction costs. It helps to forecast crisis. Anonymized data can be used for GovTech Lab or R&D. And in terms of governance value, we shouldn't avoid mentioning that administration of the president had a burden growing 50%, 48% to be precise. So the presidential administration understands in which area the legislation must be changed. Coming back to the presentation, my last slide, e-Otanish helps to see the level of trust of population to the government.
And the most important, it acts as this stable channel for dialogue to solve not just population programs, but also manage data for forecasting. And apologies, Dia, I didn't answer. What is the main challenge for transformation? I think it's just speed, although maybe it's very simple, but if all other barriers are sort of solvable, but as we face AI for the first time for the government transformation, government management transformation, what we can hardly change is the speed of the changes, the pace, because we need to cover the whole government structures, local administrations, regional, presidential administrations, so speed will still be a problem. Thank you, Gulmira, for a great presentation and what you said on behalf of the most overloaded government portal in Kazakhstan. I hope that all of these barriers could be overcome and the pace will grow and trust will grow. So dear speakers, thank you for sharing your insights. Dear audience, thank you for being with us during 1 hour. You've heard the opinion of the main players in the field of data management. I hope it was useful. Thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. And let's make a photo.
Құрметті қонақтар, қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Келесі панельдік сессия
Смелых.
жақын арада басталады.
Они встречаются впервые и уже спорят, смеются, предлагают идеи. Каждый со своим опытом, но всех объединяет одно – вера в технологии и желание создать что-то настоящее. Сначала хаос, непонимание, поиск, столкновение характеров, а потом команда. Они учатся слушать,
Уважаемые
пробуют,
гости,
ошибаются,
благодарим за
пробуют
участие.
снова.
Следующая панельная
Учатся
сессия
не
начнется
только строить
скоро.
стартап, но и быть рядом, когда трудно. Иногда тупик. Тишина. А потом инсайт, озарение, движение вперед. Работают как одержимые. Снова спорят, снова смеются, снова идут дальше. Первый клиент, как первый полет. Продукт оживает. И уже не важно, как начинали. Главное —
Құрметті спикерлер, орындарыңызға жайғасуды өтінеміз. Құрметті көрермендер, орындарымызға жайғасып, ұялы телефонның дауысын сөндіруді өтінеміз. Уважаемые гости, приносим занимать свои места и отключить звук мобильных телефонов.
Что на 7 минут опаздывает. Ну, будем начинать давайте из другой сессии. Жарас. Кімге звондайсың?
Қайырлы күн, құрметті қонақтар. Қайырлы күн, құрметті спикерлер.
Good day, dear participants, dear speakers. Today we have a very important forum for our IT society, growing every day, and the participants are seeing it. So at this event, Digital Bridge, we think about the future, Amanat and AI, Bolashaka Qadam, which is like the step to the future. We will think about it and consider what can we do. This is about Amanat, political party, what are the insights, what is the information we want and we are having to deal with. Today we have different speakers, so let me introduce Mr. Daulet Karibek, Executive Secretary of the Amanat Party. We also have the Kazakh Frank Ludwin Schaffer is with us. And we will later also invite him to discussion. Ekaterina Smyshlyeva, Kazakhstani public figure, deputy of the Majlis of Parliament of Kazakhstan. She will join us just a little later because she is speaking in the other session. Mr. Amanat Umbitayev, managing director of Kazakhstan Varish Sapare. Mr. Ordabayev Oljas, Executive Director of the Karsus Program project. And we know how important this Karsus means without debts. And Mr. Anwar Kerimbayev, Deputy Head of the Project Office for Regional Policy. And in the beginning, I'd like to say whether we are looking at the Amanat campaign and policies and strategies. Amanat had introduced several projects in IT technologies, and they have project office, and the most important for the population, what is important, not to have physical barriers. They're all introduced in a digital format. So the next floor I would like to give to our guests. Dear guests, I am very glad to see all of you at our platform Digital Bridge. I see that we have people of future gathered today who are interested in innovative technologies. Today we're building our future, our innovative technologies. Each time has its own novelties. So if previously it was some other wealths like subsoils and other materials, in 20th century it was information, people. Now we have even more introductions. It's AI, cybersecurity, and all important aspects in today's world. The technological process today is moving forward, and we need to be competitive. And as a society, we have the opportunity to get education without limits. Education is very accessible. We have the opportunity to actually take advantage of technologies, and we have global architecture and transformation, and nowadays it's both the producer, the director, and everything. And while on the market we have more than 1 trillion USD created by AI. For Central Asia, it's a very big number, and this is 2 times bigger than the economy of Central Asia. And people today, for 30% use the help of artificial intelligence, and this is visible already. And students, for example, 83% of students in the process of their study, they also use AI. What does it mean? This means that in short time, this artificial intelligence has entered our life and takes part of it. Medicine has AI introduced in it. Last year, our scientists received Nobel prizes, and they were developing their studies for 10, 15 years. And now it takes 10, 15 minutes to come to some diagnostics, which was previously taken several years. So now we have limitless opportunities to use artificial intelligence. But the question we have is whether it's to help us, or are there any maybe threats of it as well? Because as of now, in this digital world, we have many programs, have questions on cybersecurity, on cyber crimes. So I am speaking more than 3 minutes now, but it takes 38 seconds for one cyber crime. Every 38 seconds there is a cyber crime. And this is one threat. And how can we combat it? What measures should we undertake? And we need to also allocate money to develop artificial intelligence, make it more useful. And while we'll be introducing artificial intelligence, physically we can build several schools for this money, but we understand that we need to develop digital capacity so that there is no crime, cyber crime. Elon Musk has developed a lot in this digital technologies, but he also warned us that artificial intelligence can be a threat for population. That's why whether we will be the winners in this war or will we be defeated, this is the question. And we need to become the architects of this AI. Yesterday, the president was talking about the development of AI. He also said that improving the quality of life, strengthening competition is related to the development of digitization of our nation. We need to become a full-fledged digital nation because the majority of tasks are related to digitalization. We shouldn't limit ourselves. We need to develop a digital model in Kazakhstan and not just use digital opportunities of neighboring countries. That's why today we need to get technological independence, and while we provide our government services online already, we are on the 28th place in terms of digitalization of the government, and we have our electronic pockets. Next question is about law and order. We need to defend and protect the rights of our citizens. We need to defend and protect our government. And in order to ensure this, we need to prepare the law on artificial intelligence. If we have such law, then all these questions will be gradually solved. And that's why, as I said, law and order is of highest importance everywhere. And next is that we require digital dialogue in all platforms. We need to find joint objective decision, and we can come to it using constructive dialogue. That's why we want to openly exchange information and a digital bridge. And what we're talking about those days is this fully corresponds to all these tasks. So AI in politics is also of high importance, not just in private sector. It helps our work, our activities, like helps our party, political party activities, and helps in making our actions more effective. For example, in our election platforms 3-4 years ago, we understood the need of the technological breakthrough and artificial intelligence. We are actively working in this direction. We will be developing the law, and in Majlis of Parliament, and we will be waiting for this law on AI. Ekaterina Smyshlyeva will tell us more about it. She will talk about the code, the digital code, about this new developments. There is a digital project. It is being developed. And this draft law is important to us. We are waiting for it. We also had some actions with Kaspersky to raise financial literacy, and with the use of artificial intelligence, we are also trying to drive our online platform work. More than 1.5 million of people already received support, and people who have loans or who have debts under the blacklist of banks, we also provided some legal support to them, financial support to them. Olzha Surdabayev will talk about it. And more than 13 million of hectares of land we returned to the government. This is also helping development of farms, agriculture overall, and this is why we prepared a special service, created a service, and in more details we will try to talk about it, and speakers will talk about it, like the agricultural development and projects we have related to the development of return of land. We will have an opportunity to hear this topic, and in the end we will have an option to ask questions. We will try to answer all of your questions. The questions are very relevant. For example, this digital platform means universality of our society, and we are working on the development of Kazakh language, creation of content, and dear participants, today our platform will raise such relevant questions like digitalization in Kazakhstan, development of artificial intelligence in Kazakhstan, and opportunities provided to us by digital technologies. We will exchange our opinions and ideas, and practices will also be discussed. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you, dear Davlet, Head of State, has mentioned that we need to strengthen the potential of the country in all areas of technological development, and we need to drive the economy and social system, and how artificial intelligence and digitalization could help us to bring it to a completely new level. And in our society, we have these different tools used, and we need to think about safe and secure application.
Director of Foreign Government Relations for the Alibaba Group. Welcome, Mr. Frank. And tell us, please, what are your impressions of this forum and what is your opinion of this area? Welcome.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Yeah, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here, and I have to say I'm really impressed about the event as such and about how you position the country in terms of AI. Perhaps I would like to start to give a short overview what AI means within Alibaba, and then I come to Kazakhstan as a country. So perhaps I stand here. Yeah, that's
maybe in station. Yes.
Here. Yeah. So. Alibaba, you probably know the company. It has a legacy of 26 years. It was founded by Jack Ma in the past, but as you can imagine, it went through several developments, several transformations, and nowadays one can say that AI is really in the center of the company. Recently, the FT wrote an article, and they said something like Alibaba was in the past an e-commerce agent doing AI. Nowadays, it's an AI agent doing e-commerce. So you can see there's a huge transformation, a huge change. And it means, in fact, that AI is transforming all business units in our company. That means we provide, or our AI colleagues, they provide very powerful tools for all business units. For example, in B2B, you probably know that we have the biggest B2B platform across the globe, and we have a very powerful tool. I presented it already yesterday, only a few words. It's an AI agent. It's doing more or less the work, 70% of the work that a B2B buyer has to do. This powerful tool, it can manage the ordering, the sourcing, the communication, the compliance, and the logistics. So it's really, really helpful. And we now more or less, we entered into an era, we call it a little bit like macro multinationals. That means one person or a two-person SME can, from one day to another, can cover probably 20 countries without speaking the language, and so on and so on. So it offers a lot of opportunities. And what does it mean in terms of Kazakhstan? So I can say I'm really impressed about the visionary thinking of your political leadership. The national address that your president gave a few weeks ago. So, to be honest, I'm a German national, and I can tell you, I would really welcome if our German chancellor would give a speech where really AI is in the center of all the statements he gives, because at the end of the day, I think AI, this is the future technology in terms of wealth, in terms of value creating, things like that. AI is really the center, and your president and your political leadership has he has the vision to see that and to shape the country in that direction. And I really think this is the perfectly right approach. And I can tell you in terms of the positioning of the country as such in this AI race, I think you have the advantage that you offer both. You are focused on innovation and you offer a quite flexible regulation. And I can only congratulate on the draft law on the Data Act. So I think it's a perfect a mixture between, on the one hand, making innovation possible, and on the other hand, also to limit the risks. And I think it's also about predictability and transparency, because for companies, this is key, that you know what you get when you enter a country. And I think you are really doing the right steps in that direction. And perhaps one additional thought on Kazakhstan as such, I think the country offers really a very interesting workforce. So you have a very positive demographical situation, a very young workforce, tech-savvy, really motivated. So I think this is already one advantage. Then you created a fantastic infrastructure here in the country. When I look at your AI center and the inauguration a few days ago, where I had the chance to attend this event, it was really great to see this infrastructure. So, and at the end of the day, you have also your location advantages, meaning if you look at the globe, you are with Kazakhstan as a country, you are in between key players at the geopolitical level, and you are more or less the connectivity hub for all of those. And I think this is also can be very helpful, and I'm really looking forward to work together with you. And I can tell you, we as Alibaba, as an AI giant somehow, we are also really happy to provide our insights, our ideas, perhaps via your AI council. So we are very happy to support in that respect. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. Yes, our country have good plans and goals for AI, and we hope, perhaps, in perspective, some projects with Alibaba. Thank you very much. Следующее слово, конечно же, мы...
I would like to give the floor to Ekaterina Smышляева. Welcome. I would like to know more about the development of a digital code and AI law. Цифрлык Когам program as well. Colleagues, hello. I think that it's very symbolic today, non-digital domains become digital. For instance, we, a party, are present during this forum. It means that we are expecting in-depth transformation of the entire government system, because digital penetrates everywhere. So our party, as Daulet Zhumabavich said, is on the verge of the digital agenda. So we are continuing our efforts and participation and leadership in the field of digital laws. Our fraction at Majlis is very active in digital initiatives. And the entire policy is built upon digitalization processes. Our head of state talked about it during his speech. During his speech, he gave very strict deadlines for the digital transformation. So, digitalization of public services, people-to-public communication. So we are going to offer sectorial solutions that include AI and technological boom. And this boom will be part of everyone's lives. Our head of state said that. The international experts confirmed that as well. So today, we've got several global objectives. First of all, I'd like to thank our foreign guest for your kind opinion and high mark given to our digital law, because we had to strike a balance between security and development. The whole globe is trying to strike this balance, because we cannot look into the future. We don't know the pace of this technology development. We do not know the response from our people, how it will affect our society, how long our digital optimism will last without any prejudice or bias. So it's very challenging, and the biggest challenge is that we do not have experience. So we can see legislation in other areas. It has been there some time, but we don't have any case to rely on in digital. So we cannot have any case that we can easily adapt. Therefore, our AI law has accumulated best practices globally, but it is different from the European Act because our law is more flexible. It's not only about limitations or restrictions. In the digital area, prohibitions and bans are not enforceable. But if the law is not enforceable, it leads to the situation when people understand that they can just violate a law. It's not enforceable. It means that we don't follow it, and this is a very bad trend. And we studied the experience of Japan, their recent law. This law is written for the businesses. It's even called Law to Support Business. We've taken best experience from Japan, from Singapore, China. So, of course, we adapted them because we have our national context. For instance, copyright. We offered our own position on the copyright. Also, we localized something because our local models are critical for us. First of all, it's our language model. It's our local model for our educational system. So we have our own vision there. So this is the first act, first law, and I think that it will evolve. It will be changing because technology is changing, but we made our first step, and I do hope that big players coming to our country, to our jurisdiction, they can be sure, because our government already stated its position, its stand on technology. It's clear and transparent. There won't be any surprises in the nearest future. Speaking of the digital code, it's our second step. It's the main step, but it comes second. Digital code is even a more challenging task than the AI law, because we are on the edge of sectorial digitalization. We need equal state of play for everyone, equal rules, regardless of whether it's a code or law or social code, education. When it comes to digitalization, all the laws must be synchronous. Otherwise, we will see misinterpretation of definitions, confusing our consumers, our users. Now we need unified, or we need like integrated, equal rules of the game for all the sectors. When it comes to digital, it's a challenging task, but it will help to make digital legislation of Kazakhstan clear and transparent. On one hand, it will protect our citizens from over-digitalization, and it will create a ground for the development of local companies, national companies. So our task is, by the end of the year, to have the first step. We presented it to the community, digital community. Now, in 3 languages, you can read it, provide your suggestions. So if you can help us refine the text of the law, please do that, provide your recommendations, because main law, MON-IT law, must be written in IT language. Therefore, it's open, it's published on GitHub. Please read it. I'm not going to dive deep to our party digital project, because it is following our main storyline. It's all penetrating digitalization that leads to certain risks, such as digital disparity. Digital disparity is the biggest risk. Digital disparity or inequality may come from infrastructure. When the village doesn't have connection and they don't have access to a digital service, or it's because of competences, when I cannot use gadgets or devices and I cannot get a service, or maybe because of money. Maybe I don't have a device, I can't pay for that. When I don't have a device to use the technology. So really, it's a big piece of work. And digital COGAM project is about that. So second domain is security. Hacking, stealing data, digital fraud. I think that you have calls every day. It's a global problem. And you need skills, digital skills, to protect your personal data. It's an important area of work. Dependence on internet, or they call it internet addiction, or digital intoxication, digital addiction, digital diet, many terms. We have young people around. Just think how much time I spent on Instagram or TikTok. Elder generation looks at their children. It looks like they don't live in this world anymore. But with AI, there is technological and emotional engagement, friendship in terms of emotions, contact, caring. So we think about that as well. And how can we miss that? We are a party, a nation's party. We have to think about it. Let me give a mic to my colleagues. Thank you, Ekaterina Vasilievna. On initiative of Amanat party members, the digital code draft is being discussed among journalists, among small and medium businesses, among politicians, political technologists, because our society needs this document, and it's called digital constitution sometimes. So looking forward to seeing good results. Dear participants, dear speakers, we will have a discussion. You can ask your questions. Let me give the floor to Amanat Umbetbaev, Managing Director, Member of the Board, Kazakhstan Garish Sapari. Could you please tell us more about monitoring? Dear participants, dear panelists, first of all, I would like to say that everyone speaks about digital development, and today's topic is artificial intelligence. Here in Kazakhstan, we are seeing the efforts implemented in terms of satellite monitoring. So let me speak about satellite monitoring and digitalization. Now we are moving towards paperless economy. And I think that our work can really help here. We are offering geospatial data. We are offering digital platforms for data analytics. So we are contributing to the paperless world on the request of the head of state, our president. We are implementing the systems of space monitoring as well as remote sensing. We provide satellite images of different resolutions: fine resolution, medium, and low resolution. So our work is important and bring benefits to farmers, for instance. The farmers can make conclusions important for their businesses using our satellite images. The government agencies, they also use satellite images in their business processes. For instance, the Ministry of Agriculture has created, with our help, a digital map of agricultural map. Now there is a map with delineated agricultural farms. And so basically it's like a digital land cadastre. So our company is on the front line of digitalization. Our products help with monitoring that is important for agricultural lands. And another piece of work is related to the development of algorithms for better space monitoring. For instance, I have talked about the agricultural maps already. So on this map, you can see different land plots belonging to the farms. And now the subsidies could be allocated according to the area and with a linkage to a specific farm. Also, satellite data help with better allocation of subsidies and better implementation of environmental measures. So on this agricultural map, you can see a difference between farms and, let's say, forest lands. So satellite images help to identify environmental issues on certain plots of land. So this data become a basis for certain measures to be implemented, and sometimes they also help with punishing those people who don't take proper care of their lands. So with the help of innovative technologies, We streamline different business processes and operations. And the party helps us a lot, I must say. So I'm leading many projects, and with the help of the government and competent authorities, with the help of state, we are promoting digitalization everywhere, and we are open to negotiations and a dialogue. Everything is clear and transparent.
This was also mentioned in the address of the president. And all of these changes, we are ready to embrace them. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, when we talk about the map of the land, we know that it is available on the website, and I'm sure there will be some questions related to this. And the strongest representatives of Amanat, we have a lot of support. We are getting, for example, the society Karsız Kogam. So if we translate it from Kazakh, this is society without debts. That means they're helping in the regions to people to get away from their debts that they're having. So they help our society a lot. This is like a great project. Mr. Olzasor Dabayev will tell us about their activities. He's the executive director of this project. Good day, dear friends, dear colleagues. If we can open my presentation. I want to start with a question. Who has loans in the banks? Yeah? Who has actually problems like debts with the payments, problems with the payments? Well, I'm not a collector. Yeah, people are afraid of admitting, of course, but I am not the collector, so I will not be punishing them. Actually, such a problem with the high level of loans of our population is a challenge, and the project is to help people with their expired loans, and we have more than 1.5 million people who have delays in their payments for more than 90 days. And this is for whom our project is working. First of all, we've tried to identify this most vulnerable strata, and we started working with them. The project is now 3 years old. We started to implement it as an initiative of Amanat, political party, and then Agency for Financial Monitoring. Banks of second tier supported us as well. Well, everyone understands the need of this project, and the importance of it. And the my question will be related to the following. Well, actually, the way how I see the presentation is a little different. Well, we are on Digital Bridge, but okay. Yeah, it's probably already the difference in generations. I'm representing millennials, and then those who develop presentations with AI. So my designers were making this presentation not in PowerPoint. Maybe that's why there is such a problem. But still, our audience, target audience, who comes and tries to solve their problems with our help, in 62% of cases, these are women. They are more active in coming and asking for help. They try to find some legal ways of solving their problems. Now, this problem portfolio became younger as well, so now it's 41% is from 18 to 35 years old. A lot of product loans and microfinance organizations in the problem portfolio. The education is like secondary education and vocational at some points. And usually it's like 2 delayed loans or more, with the average monthly payment around 100,000 tenge, which is like 200 USD. And we seek such people. We try to find them, and this is our first challenge. Unfortunately, these are people who are used to changing their phone numbers. They don't answer the calls because usually it's bank collectors calling them. And we actually face this problem of finding these people. Like in an animation, we had this in Soviet times. Half a day you spend to make a picture of someone, and then half a day you spend to give him this picture. And we understood that even if a person changed his phone number, address, he is still present in social media. This is what we've realized. He will still be in Instagram, in TikTok. He will be using YouTube. Maybe he's not in Facebook, but using all social media, we were successful to find them. We tried to find those big stratas using these characteristics, both male and female, different ages, different directions. And we consider this project through the business prism. And we found 1,700,000 people who are at the top of this funnel. Then many people go into this passive when people don't want to interact and don't want to be contacted. And then we use 2 main tools. In relation to our citizens. And Daulet Mukayev, for example, representing our project, he is a Majlis deputy. Some people know him as a blogger. Many people know him. He is the leader of the public opinion, and our targeting through such social media influencers is becoming more successful. Daulet Mukayev is one of such persons. Again, here where presentation is not demonstrating properly. So, in addition to trying to find people in social media, we also realized that there are some other channels where our people are present. And this is like Naimi, KZ, EasyTape, Yandex, because there are many of those private drivers, couriers. Some people also deliver certain utility services, and there are many youth who work in such platforms like EasyTap, like in KFC and others. And we started to use all of those platforms to deliver information that if you have such a problem, if you have such a life situation, and this is not a problem, and this is not a big deal, we can help you. So information that we publish on this platforms also becomes valid and understandable to those people. What else do we make? People at our consultations and at our trainings, we try to work with them in voice and text format. And in voice format, we work with Tomorrow AI. And we have now different scenarios in Kazakh and Russian, using some jargons and so on. So people are speaking in a very easy, let's say, language, and I think AI is doing quite well with the voice and text. Actually, text was very interesting to us. Initially, we, for example, didn't believe into WhatsApp bot, but then we understood that this is a cool story, because call centers are working from 9 to 6. We cannot make people to work 24/7, but AI can work 24/7, and we get a lot of requests in the evening, night time, when people sort of put their kids to sleep, and now they have a chance to ask for help. That's why WhatsApp bot was maybe the most successful. So after that, our lawyers contact them when they already understand the basic levels of the problem, and for the lawyers, this is also a big help. And talking about the lawyers, we have 40 people in our center in Astana. It's our legal team, and also 25 people around the regions. Sometimes people want to have this physical contact, so that someone would come and explain how to get an ECP, for example, like electronic digital signature. And still, the biggest part of work is on our online center. The main 6 services we deliver: oral consultations, and we're using AI for that. And this data masses that developed by our lawyers, we already introduced it into this data set, so AI is already taking it as part of its learning. This is, for example, restructuring of loans, restructuring of timetables, removing collaterals, and also we are also approaching the procedures through the trial process for the bankruptcy to officially admit bankruptcy. And our lawyer at Coram Fin is working. We entered the whole data set that we collected in all this time. But the project is not just about legal consultations, but also about training. We try to raise the financial literacy of people to, first of all, help them to avoid such difficult life situations related to debts and loans. We explain how loans are working, how the interest rates are built, and how are they working. But sometimes people don't even understand what is an interest rate. And when in the advertisement you see like 15% interest rate per year, people think you take 100,000 loan and then you have to return 115,000. This is how they think. But this is not right. And our task is to help people to understand how it works, help them to overcome debts, and help them to start earn money. Maybe we can even develop a project with Alibaba, maybe some joint project.
Clinic. We are also educational project, and maybe we can launch some joint project with Alibaba, because our aim is to teach people how to earn money. And maybe we can start some online course, educational course about Alibaba. How can you work on Alibaba platform? I think it will be not bad idea, at least.
It's a good idea. Finally, we have a first idea.
Yes, we can think about such projects.
Good.
Happy to.
Good. Good. И на самом деле у нас для этого есть очень хорошая LMS-система.
And we have LLM system for that, so I'm already out of the timing. So we assist our people in the educational process. We see when people didn't finish their courses, and we try to analyze the reasons. In the end, there is a certificate people receive. They ask this for this certificate for the restructuring process. For them, it's the proof that a person has learned something. And a little bit about metrics. More than 500,000 people, 800,000 people approached us for help. 360,000 received direct assistance, 250,000 trained, 110,000 people received legal consultations. And you see in 2024 and 2025 how many arrests were removed. It's more than 26,000 pre-trial bankruptcy, trial bankruptcy cases, restructuring, rehabilitation of the payability. So different banks supported us, AFM agency supported us, and that's why we achieved these successes. This is a great pool of patrons, we call them, so people and companies that support. And thanks to them, we came to such results. Thank you very much. Ojas, thank you. And the main focusing information for us is that during 2 years, 850,000 people trained, and 40 out of them changed their that situation. And I hope that this statistics will be changed even more. Yeah, when we actually connected AI, we had around several hundreds. Now we have 5,000 consultations per day. Another important project that became strategic driver in terms of regional projects is Aula Manate. It's about villages, about agriculture. Our speaker, Kerimbayev Anwar, he is the Deputy Director of the Project Office on Regional Policy. Thank you very much. Good day, dear colleagues. I will try to be very brief to talk about the works conducted. We represent analytical block of this project. We conducted a screening. It was a large-scale study devoted at trying to find the answers how to increase incomes of the villagers, people living in rural areas in the regions. And just in general figures, we have 189 districts, and out of them, altogether, it's 6 million something population and 2 million households. And this is information about the population, about the regions, about the districts, and we also see basic earnings in terms of pension contributions, pension fund contributions. And let me try to explain what Oljas was talking about now. Very important things about people with credits, about loans, 90 plus. These are mainly people from the categories D and E. They are also represented here. And quite a big group of people, around 1,200,000 people. And with the income that you see here, we shouldn't forget that when you go to the villages, you have probably some relatives there. So usually there is a certain school there, then there are some farms there. And these farms, they are the main employers for people in spring, in summer, and in autumn. But in winter, their incomes go down. Next, how and what for can we structurize this information? In our screening, we use more than 100 different social economic indicators, including the assets of households. What we see here, the presence of poultry, for example, and of some animals, the households. We see the productivity for the development of these figures, and we see the volumes of this production. So we can select any village, any rural area, and check how much products are produced. So these are not proper farms. When it's so it's not just regular farms, it's subsistence farms. Usually it's just a household that is producing something, using something for itself, and then selling something. Oh, sorry. And they have a certain area. They have a house, so for example, 6 hectares. He has the garage for his car, and he is growing something, and maybe having some animals. And knowing information about plants, about animals, you see what are the volumes of products by those households. For example, potatoes and some other vegetable, cabbage, others. Then you see on the left, these are areas. So, dear colleagues from Alibaba, maybe it will be interesting to you as well. I know that Alibaba Group on their platform was developing and is still developing some products on farm products. So maybe we will find some connection points here. So as a result, knowing the volumes of each subsistence farm, of each household, what they produce.
They produce for own consumption. The children go to universities, and then yield is sold to pay for the students. So we divided it by mass. Big distributors, they're interested in volumes. They want to go to the village for just a small amount.
So if in the village, for example, they have many dairy cows, they produce a lot of milk, and if the collection of milk and processing is not organized, here with all of the arable lands and harvest, we have a new project on milk cooperatives. We collect this data, and then can we briefly open next presentation, dear colleagues?
So what I'm showing to you, it's a big story. It's a product of Amanat, and thanks to this product, all projects are structured. There are projects in North Kazakhstan region, Turkestan region, and others. Together with AKIMs of rural counties, we collected investment projects. We see a lot of projects, 207 projects with small investments through Avul Amanati. It's a project supported by Amanat project, by Amanat Party. Decree number 2, Head of State, about engagement of population using their subsistence farms in cooperatives. We understand that you cannot do it alone, and many farmers, many bigger organizations, they work with state programs, with measures of support, they get subsidies. And our subsistence farms, they are sometimes left out because of their scale. So we collected this project until 2029. The economic department of East Kazakhstan region, Pavlodar region, they have taken it on board. AKIMs of rural counties looked at this dashboard, they looked at the projects, and they have taken them as KPI, key performance indicators. Because one thing is to show it, but they need to implement it. And as a result, 495,000 subsistence farms will be merged into cooperatives, and they will get their yield together and sell it. Thank you. And biggest cases of this project had to be shared. Dear colleagues, time is up, so 3 questions only for discussion, and then we'll wrap up. We said that assistance need to be given to vulnerable people that can't pay, or there are people who have certain health issues. But we haven't yet discussed the beauty. How it's going to develop. So beauty industry, your question is about beauty industry. Yes, in beauty industry, we are in gray zone in Kazakhstan. There is no demand, therefore no supply. Small and medium business, I think Amanat can offer something. Speaking of AI, today it's a day of creative industries. You've seen many sessions with discussions about what AI does to creative industry, including beauty. Really, it changes creative industries. And I think that creative industries have nothing to worry about, because there are 2 things. First thing is design and plan, image, and so on and so forth. And the other one is something you do with your hands. Any craft, any industry, any small crafts so in the era of AI, it's always in demand. But what about cosmetologists, beauty masters? What do you mean, licensing of activities or what? It's outside AI, it's more for natural AI. Cosmetological procedures of medical purpose, they are licensed. Recently, we made changes to a law making the requirements strict to those medical officers who work without a license, disguised as beauty. And they provide medical assistance. They disguise it by beauty, and it's a danger. So there will be changes to health code to have stricter control over such medical institutions. I think by New Year, we can expect changes, because it's quite a lot. When a norm is taken, it takes 6 months or something, some time to make it work. Let's see how this market evolves. But artificial intelligence won't vote here. We need natural intelligence and natural administration of such things. So what will happen to beauty industry? Everything will be good. Every Saturday, the parliament members of Majlis Chamber arrange talks with citizens. You can find out Ekaterina's schedule, and you can come and talk to her about it. I'm a journalist. I know that. I have to share this information. So Q&A is for you. So Q&A is like your Saturday meeting with citizens. Hello, it's my pleasure to be here at this panel discussion. Question to everyone. I'm a secretary of the Republican Ecological Council under Abanat. My question is about the environment. AI implementation requires cooling, meaning water consumption rising. Do you consider that in a new draft law? Is there anything in this new law about environment? The draft law has one of the principles. By the way, in AI, there are principles that must be mentioned in legislation to understand the borders or perimeter within which we act. The first principle is energy saving. We understand that data centers consume a lot of energy, electricity. Energy could be different. It could be green or it could be not green at all. And technologies, they are developing. They become less energy intensive. So we cannot say that the consumption will be the same in 5 years. Probably consumption will go down because of technology. You can optimize models. You can either increase computing capacity or we can optimize it. So at the stage of implementation, we need certain computing capacities, and we bought them for the exact amount which we can supply with energy without any damage to our environment and climate. There is a concept of green data centers, and we have an agreement on green data center, and it will be a model for a next series of data centers using green energy. And as you know, Kazakhstan has decided to use nuclear energy. Nuclear energy is green anyway. So for long-term perspective, for long-term strategy, we do have an energy program. My name is Oljas Ordabayev. You talk about the society and things important for the society, for the public. What about lending? So the government lending, it's a political question. Government debt. No one talks about loans and lending. If you do lending for such projects, it must be smart. So yes, of course, loans must be reasonable for good purpose under adequate conditions. Let's not demonize the lending system, but let's make it smart. Thank you, Oljas, dear participants, dear audience. Thank you so much. Today we had a very interesting and insightful discussion. So we shared the results of the work dedicated to AI and what it means for the future. Thank you.
Құрметті спикерлер, общее фото дейді.
Құрметті қонақтар, бүгінгі панельдік сессиямыз аяқталды. Ең алдымен құрметті сарапшыларымызға құнды ақпараттар мен бүгінгі талқылауға қосқан үлестері үшін алғыс білдіреміз. Сондай-ақ барлық қатысушыларға назарларыңыз бен белсене қатысқандарыңыз үшін алғыс айтамыз.